Chapter 635. Saint. This demon's soul belongs to an ancient race. Why don't I deal with it? Su Yunzi's expression was solemn. Although Qin Yu's aura had not surpassed the divine overlord realm, it had reached the 9th stage. Although Ling Xiao was the saint, he did not have a high chance of winning against this soul. He should not interfere in a battle between the younger generation. However, if the saint died in his immortal mystic sect, would the saint not uproot this sect? Elder, are you looking down on me? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, a gentle look on his face. However, in Phoenix Rouge's eyes, this scene was somewhat ignorant and childish. Saint Ling Xiao, you are very strong. However, as long as you are in this script, your fate is destined. Isn't it good to be alive? Do villains have to be arrogant, conceited, and endlessly courting death? Of course. She was too lazy to say more. After all, these natives would not understand her identity as a transmigrator. Saint, it's just a remnant soul. Ling Xiao shook his head. Suddenly, a pitch-black ancient sword appeared in his hand. A trace of coldness silently appeared between heaven and earth. Inexplicably, Su Yunzi felt a chill in his heart. How could it be? He was a 6th-stage divine emperor. How could he be frightened by a sword? Sword. On the mountain path, Qin Chu was stunned and felt a trace of doubt. How could a peerless sword cultivator use a sword? Wait, Lord Ling Xiao was looking down on Qin Yu. Yes, that must be it. He did not care about using a sword to kill him. Qin Yu, quickly deal with that young man. With your current strength, you can't withstand my saint's soul. A low voice came from Qin Yu's soul sea. The latter only nodded calmly and stared at Ling Xiao. To be honest, he did not expect that he would be forced into such a situation by someone of the same generation as him. However, since he had exposed his biggest trump card, the holy son of the sacred sect and the southern border monster were all useless. They were not worth mentioning. He didn't care about the fortune of the heavenly lake. After all, he had that divine item. Even if he didn't cultivate, his cultivation level would increase on its own. However, now that the heavenly crocodile demon soul had appeared, there was probably no place for him in the southern border. Fortunately, she had given him 2 treasures, one of which could teleport. Calculating the time, it was almost time for him to meet Shi. The Green Sun tribe had been destroyed, but with the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile and she, it was not impossible for him to venture into the endless sea realm. Boom! With that thought in mind, Qin Yu did not waste any more time. He lifted his foot and stomped down on Ling Xiao. Boundless divine might covered the heavens and the earth as demonic energy swept across the entire mountain peak. At this moment, Helian Shan and the other immortal profounders stood in the sky with their hands behind their backs, and their eyes contained a wisp of astonishment. The heavenly crocodile clan. Helian Shan and the others had naturally heard of this overlord of the sea region. It was just that everyone had never imagined that after 1,000 years, they would actually be able to see this clan in the southern territory. In the era of great battles, there were many monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao or Qin Yu, in his eyes, they had the potential to become the main characters of this world. However, this world could be said to be vast and boundless, but it could also be said to be controlled by one person. In the end, there would only be one master. Helian Shan let out a soft sigh. His gaze towards Ling Xiao and the other man became even more complicated. The reappearance of the heavenly crocodile demon soul would definitely cause a commotion among the sea tribe. However, he could not kill this person. None of the elders of the immortal mystic sect could kill him. Although the southern border was currently under the control of the saint sect, the sea tribe had never taken the divine master seriously. Once the immortal mystic sect killed Qin Yu, it would definitely attract the revenge of the heavenly crocodile demon soul. Therefore, not only would he not kill Qin Yu, but he would also save his life at the crucial moment. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky. The demonic shadow that Qin Yu had transformed into descended from the sky, and there seemed to be countless strange, demonic patterns on it. Before it landed, the entire seventh peak was crushed. Vast power stacked on top of each other. Above Ling Xiao's head, the void shattered and turned into endless darkness. However, at this moment, his expression was still calm. With a single thought, divine light seemed to light up around him. Then everyone was dumbfounded when they saw ancient divine trees rising from the ground. In the blink of an eye, they became 100 zhang tall. They were overflowing with vitality and filled with immortal energy. They were like divine pillars from the 9 heavens that wanted to hold up the blue sky. Qin Yu's expression froze. His foot that was about to land suddenly could not move any further. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? To be honest, at this moment, Qin Yu was more or less terrified. He had only used the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile once. Even if there was only a wisp of demonic power left in the ancient Overlord clan, it was still not something that ordinary experts could contend against. Last time, when he was at the end of his rope, he used this power to kill a second-grade Divine King realm expert of the Sea tribe. However, at this moment, in front of Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt that he was pitifully weak. Qin Yu, an expert from the Celestial Mystics sect, has arrived. Why don't you leave first? Where there is life, there is hope. As long as you can find the ancient ruins of the heavenly crocodile tribe and obtain my inheritance, no one in this world will be your match. The voice of the ancient heavenly crocodile suddenly came from Qin Yu's soul sea. A look of resentment and unwillingness flashed across his face. Ling Xiao, you and I will fight in the end. At that time, I will trample on you and become the most powerful person in the world. However, just as Qin Yu was about to withdraw his foot and leave, he saw Ling Xiao's figure suddenly rise into the air and stand in front of him. Compared to the demonic figure that was 100 zhang tall, Ling Xiao's body was really small and pitiful. However, at this moment, inexplicably, Qin Yu felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. Buzz! Before he could use his secret treasure to teleport, the ancient black saber in the young man's hand suddenly shone with thousands of rays of light. Then, in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the saber slashed down horizontally. Boom! Above the void, a divine light shone brightly and the sound of Tao lingered. A terrifying power erupted, turning into a halo of light that swept out in all directions. The space where the black saber fell instantly shattered, and 100 zhang wide abyss was torn open. Rays of light shot into the sky, and countless Tao inscriptions evolved into strange phenomena. Everyone saw that there seemed to be an immortal figure bowing below Ling Xiao. Gods and Buddhas had fallen, and the true form of a mystical realm was faintly revealed. However, there was no life in it, and it was more like a dead zone. Between heaven and earth, there was a loud and clear sound of scriptures. With one slash, immortals and demons fell. Gods and Buddhas descended to deliver the souls of the dead. The saber light was like a primordial light that could destroy the world. It pierced through the blue sky, shattered the blue sea, and pierced through the reincarnation cycle. Finally, it slashed down. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded before it came to an abrupt end. The demonic figure that was 100 zhang tall trembled slightly for a moment and then shattered into nothingness. The dazzling brilliance filled the sky, and it was blinding. The demonic aura that was like an ocean surged and turned into clouds, drowning Ling Xiao and Qin Yu's figures in an instant. The entire seventh peak fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at the demonic cloud in the sky with a hint of fear and shock in their eyes. Is it over? Chapter 636. That's impossible, impossible. That Qin, you must have run away at the last moment. On the mountain peak, Phoenix Rouge clenched her fists tightly. Her pretty face was filled with horror as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The chosen one had used his trump card and was killed by the villain? Was this reasonable? Although Phoenix Rouge did not sense Qin Yu's aura at the moment, but She guessed that the chosen one had most likely run away before he died. Every dog has its day. Don't bully a poor young man. Without suppression, how could he turn the tables around? F***ck Phoenix Rouge did not read many books, and most of them were unintentionally clicked open. So she probably did not expect that among the thousands of tricks, there was something called a villain's story. Senior's sister. Holy Sunling, Xiao is so powerful. Qin Qingshan stood beside Phoenix Rouge. His simple and honest face was also filled with horror. What's the use of being powerful? He will be trampled to death eventually. Phoenix Rouge shook her head, but the moment she finished speaking, she saw a black shadow suddenly fall from the sky. But when she saw the black shadow's appearance, her pretty face almost instantly froze. F***ck. It was actually Qing Yu. No, it should be Qing Yu's corpse. At this moment, there was no sign of life on his body. Even his Dan Si seemed to have been cut open by a sharp knife, revealing a bloody hole. He was clearly dead. At this moment, Phoenix Rouge's body and mind trembled. Her eyes turned black, and she almost fainted on the ground. It shouldn't be. The plot should not be like this. How could Qing Yu die? How could the chosen one die so easily in the hands of the villain? Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the luck-plundering talisman. Beep. Congratulations to the host for killing the chosen one. Additional rewards. Destiny forging value 2%, 1 chance to perfect the Tao Law, God-slaying battle array, 7th grade battle array, marrow cleansing pill, 7th grade spirit pill. Ling Xiao's expression was calm as he looked down at the ancient stone talisman in his hand. He seemed to be pondering in his heart. This stone talisman was dug out from the Qingyu Elixir Sea. It looked ordinary, but it had a unique, immortal charm. Obviously, this should be the reason why he could merge with the heavens and earth and carry a strand of the power of the heavens and earth. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile was hidden in the stone talisman. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and put the stone talisman into his interspatial ring. Then he stepped out and appeared on the peak of the mountain. The 7th summit was still immersed in shock. Even Su Yunzi's eyes flickered with a wisp of dense surprise. Even if the ancient heavenly crocodile was only left with a wisp of remnant soul, its ferocious might was not something that ordinary divine king experts could contend against. However, Saint Sunling Xiao had only used one saber move, an ordinary saber move, to slash the demonic shadow into nothingness. Saint Sun of the sacred sect, as expected of you, invincible in the world. Just based on this combat strength, no one in the younger generation of the Shenzhou race should be a match for you, right? How can this be? How can this be? Is this the legendary appearance that reverses the heaven's fate? Phoenix Rouge's expression was perplexed, and the persistence in her heart showed signs of crumbling. Why do you think I've been hiding in the immortal mystic mountain for 10 years? I have the heavenly poisoned sacred body, but I still have to test if the water I drink is poisonous. I'm just afraid that this villain setting will inexplicably and unexpectedly die. However, everything she saw today seemed to have completely overturned her understanding. Whether it was the order of Qing Yu's moves, the hidden trump cards, or his background, they were all undoubtedly destined. And Ling Xiao was conceited and arrogant. He was born at the peak of the world, and because of a woman, he had a conflict with the son of destiny. No matter how she looked at it, he seemed like a little villain. But why was there something wrong with the plot? Could it be that even though Ling Xiao looked like a villain, he was actually a man of destiny? In this world, there was not only one destined in the traditional sense. Phoenix Rouge had already deduced this from Qin Qingshan. So, could Ling Xiao be a type of unknown destiny that she did not understand? In the momentum of a great battle, monstrous geniuses would appear in large numbers. What was the so-called great battle for? Of course, it was the destiny of the world. In the end, One would become the king and establish the identity of the son of destiny. At this moment, Phoenix Rouge seemed to have understood something. This Ling Xiao is really bad, cruel, and so damn handsome. I didn't mean to say something wrong. I just wanted to mooah, Miss Rouge, what's wrong? Until a gentle voice sounded in front of her. The dazed expression on Phoenix Rouge's face dissipated, especially the handsome and otherworldly face in front of her right now. It caused a ripple in her heart. No matter what Ling Xiao's identity was, she was still a villain. There was no doubt that she was set up as a villain, and her constitution was there for all to see. So, once she was exposed, the son of the sacred sect would definitely kill her on behalf of the world. After all, Phoenix Rouge had read in the ancient books that there was a sky poison woman in the history of the Shenzhou state. Although she did not cause chaos in the world, her ending was quite tragic. In other words, once such a constitution appeared in the world, no one would care about her temperament or whether she was evil. They would all kill her just in case. Now that she had crossed paths with Ling Xiao, there was karma. She was afraid that if she got involved, she would not have a good ending. What are you waiting for? Retreat. Haha. Thank you for today, young master. I still have matters to attend to, so I will go back first. With that, Phoenix Rouge suppressed the greed in her heart. She did not even dare to look at Ling Xiao and turned to leave. Miss Rouge, I helped you kill your enemy. Aren't you going to invite me in? Seeing this, Ling Xiao's expression was gentle, and a celestial aura circulated around him, giving people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. Phoenix Rouge's footsteps paused, and her pretty face inexplicably blushed. However, in the next instant, she was resentful and despised herself. Phoenix Rouge, oh Phoenix Rouge, is this all you can do? You can't control yourself when you see the peerless handsome young master? Is there nothing else in your head except for greed? You are a villain. You have to stay true to your heart and not be affected by karma to live a long life. Of course, if it were not for Phoenix Rouge's special constitution, she would not be able to eat him no matter how greedy she was. Wait a minute. Who said that Ling Xiao was definitely the son of destiny? Also, maybe this world had a special setting and the son of destiny could be killed? Why not give it a try and satisfy her cravings? Haha, sit. Of course I won't sit. Young master, please. Phoenix Rouge glanced at Su Yunzi and finally walked towards her bedroom with Ling Xiao. On the mountain path, everyone looked at the cold Qingyu with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Humph, who told you to show off in front of the holy sun, Ling Xiao? Now you're dead. Only Qin Chu clenched his fists with a devout expression. This was the true monster of the Shenzhou state. Even though Qin Yu's combat strength was terrifying and he used all his trump cards, he was still no match for the young master saber. In fact, from beginning to end, the young master had never used his true trump card, a peerless swordsman killing with a saber. How proud was that? In Qin Chu's opinion, Qin Yu was not worthy of the young master's sword. Lord Ling Xiao, I hope that one day I can experience your true swordsmanship. I'm not trying to provoke you. I just want to have an exchange of swordsmanship with you. Qin Chu sighed softly and turned to walk down the mountain. Originally, he didn't really care about the fortune in the heavenly lake. Grandmaster said that he was only here to gain experience and could not use the demonic techniques he cultivated unless he had no choice. But now, for some inexplicable reason, he was eager to fight the South Border Heavenly Legends. He wanted to fight without holding back. Crush! Sorry, I'm really not trying to show off. I just want Lord Ling Xiao to see me, face me, and acknowledge me. Chapter 637. Master, what's wrong with senior sister? In front of the main hall, Chen Qingshan looked at the two figures that were gradually disappearing with a trace of surprise in his eyes. With his understanding of Phoenix Rouge, he had never seen her reveal such a shy and curious expression. Could it be that senior sister had fallen in love with holy son Ling Xiao? Oh, that's normal. Lord Ling Shao was incomparably handsome, and his cultivation was even more terrifying. Among the 800 disciples of the immortal mystic sect, Chen Qingshan had never seen someone with such a natural Tao aura like the young master, especially the young master's indifference, as if he was looking down on all the enemies in the world. In senior sister's words, the wind of pretentiousness was always with him. Although Chen Qingshan did not know what the sentence meant, he just felt that the young master was different from the world and had an invincible aura. "I'm afraid your senior sister has thought it through." Su Yunzi's expression did not change, but there was some worry in his eyes. Logically speaking, Ling Shao, the Holy Sun, was a good match. However, Rouge had a strange personality and specialized in the Tao of poison. He was afraid, forget it. No one could be sure about feelings. Perhaps this Holy Sun was not as pedantic as the people of the sacred sect. In a secluded courtyard at the back of the 7th peak, Ling Shao looked at the herb field in front of him with a strange expression and a playful look in his eyes. Most of the herbs in this herb field were rare spirit herbs and spirit fruits. This was not surprising. However, there was a black bamboo beside this herb field. It was full of holes and connected to a mud jar. The mud jar was about 10 feet long, and there were several spirit fish and a green lotus inside. Beside the mud jar was a mulberry tree with a crown like an umbrella. Spirit silkworms were crawling on it. Not bad, my song. This arrangement could not be so unique if one had not watched the Agriculture Channel for 5 years. If this was a live broadcast, it would be 80% popular. The script would be, "My secluded life is self-made." As expected of a transmigration model. "I think you are very good at housekeeping." "I heard that you are good at housekeeping." "Coincidentally, I have a realm and need a nanny." "Young master!" Phoenix Rouge looked back and coincidentally saw the surprise in Ling Xiao's eyes. The corner of his mouth immediately raised into a beautiful arc. "Miss Rouge is really clever." Ling Xiao sighed softly. There seemed to be a complicated look on his face. She was a woman of destiny who didn't know her own destiny and knew some of the tricks in novels. What did she care about the most after staying in the immortal mystic sect for 10 years? Of course, it was his own life. "If that's the case, haha, Miss Rouge, if I expose your poisonous body, do you think you'll be shunned by the world? But don't be afraid. I, Ling Xiao, am willing to go against the common people for you. Give her a good impression, stimulate her, and then force her into a dead end." Then, all he needed to do was to find an opportunity to make her understand that being in his arms, she would feel comfortable and peaceful. At that time, would there be any need to worry about the girls not trembling? "You think you're out of the story, and I'm just an ordinary character in the story? Childish. Against me, you, Phoenix Rouge, are nothing more than an ant on the 2nd floor. Young master." Phoenix Rouge's beautiful eyes narrowed, especially the look in Ling Xiao's eyes. She felt her heart skip a beat. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? "I want to seduce you. I haven't even seduced you, and you've already taken the bait? This damn charm of mine is indeed my golden finger. The heavenly poison sacred body is just to prove my villainous setting. Haha, why don't you take off your veil and face me frankly?" Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He seemed to be disappointed, but also a little expectant. Phoenix Rouge just smiled and nodded. She raised her hand and took off the veil on her face, revealing her beautiful face. "Miss, you are indeed a peerless beauty." Ling Xiao sighed softly. Phoenix Rouge replied with a charming look in her eyes. "The saint is the one who is truly unparalleled in the world. In my opinion, the saint killed Qin Yu just now, which is a sign of destiny. I'm afraid that in less than 10 years, the saint will lead the Xingzhou." 10 years? Ling Xiao frowned and sneered in his heart. "My fellow countrymen, you really look down on me. If I take 10 years to conquer the Xingzhou, I'm afraid the readers will kill me before the heavenly Tao does. Miss Rouge, you must be joking. Even without me, Qin Yu is no match for you." Ling Xiao was not joking when he said this. Phoenix Rouge was a third-grade divine marquis and had the heavenly poison's sacred body. Her luck was even more terrifying than Qin Yu's. It was impossible for the latter to kill her. In this era of great battles, there were many monsters. If Phoenix Rouge had not transmigrated, she would have been Qin Yu's childhood sweetheart and the person who accompanied him to the top of the world. Such a woman was always much more terrifying than the Son of Destiny. However, her soul had transmigrated here and changed the relationship between the two, resulting in today's farce. However, it was also because Phoenix Rouge thought she knew the plot that Ling Xiao took advantage of it. As for the plot, it was up to the author to write whatever he wanted. It was unreliable. The thing that really determined a person's fate was their luck. Phoenix Rouge narrowed her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao's dark and deep eyes. To be honest, Phoenix Rouge felt uneasy as if she had been seen through. But how could it be? You must be joking, Chosen One. I'm not good at learning, and my cultivation is shallow. I only know some escape techniques and alchemy. How can I be Qin Yu's match? Feng Ruge lowered her eyebrows and smiled sweetly. She did have the gentleness of a pretty girl from a humble family, but her gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with awe and fascination. Men were the same everywhere. Didn't they like the feeling of being worshipped by women? Of course, this kind of worship could not be too direct or it would be too cheap. It had to be subtle, shy, and casual. Only then could it arouse his interest. Chosen One, you are my savior. Oh, in that case, how would you like to repay me, Miss Rouge? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of greed, which made Phoenix Rouge even more embarrassed. However, she sneered in her heart. Man. Chosen One, how would you like me to repay you? How about giving yourself to me? Ling Xiao looked playful. Phoenix Rouge was stunned for a moment before she covered her mouth and laughed. Chosen One, you are joking again. She did not expect Ling Xiao to be so bold and direct. After all, this was a fantasy world. Most of the righteous geniuses were hypocritical. They would use at least 300 to 500 chapters to woo a girl. Phoenix Rouge had never seen such a direct method. However, the more it was like this, the more she felt that Ling Xiao was strange and interesting. For some reason, Feng Rouge wanted to know more about this holy son of the sacred sect and find out what kind of secrets he was hiding. Look at me. Do I look like I am joking? Ling Xiao shook his head and suddenly reached out to touch Phoenix Rouge's cheek. Chosen One, you might die. Phoenix Rouge's expression changed. She looked panicked and helpless. However, there was a glimmer of tears at the corner of her mouth. Then she let Ling Xiao's slender and fair hands fall on her. Her poisoned body was a taboo. However, after 10 years of research and countless experiments on the demon beasts in the mountains, she finally realized something. As long as she suppressed the poison with her spiritual energy and carefully controlled the dosage, the divine overlord would not die immediately. No matter if Ling Xiao was the chosen one or a villain, she only needed to poison him once a day and control the timing to be on the day of the Heavenly Lake contest. At that time, if he was killed on the fighting stage, everyone would be happy. After all, she had severed the karma and enjoyed it. What was there to be dissatisfied with? If Ling Xiao did not die, then no one would care if she poisoned him. After all, he was the one who touched her first. However, if that was the case, she would have to find another way to sever the karma. Thinking of this, Phoenix Rouge's face lit up with a shy smile. Chosen One, Ling Xiao, it's time to eat the poison. Chapter 638. Miss Rouge. Ling Xiao caressed Feng Rouge's messy hair and tucked it behind her ear. A gentle smile appeared on his face. The heavenly poison sacred constitution is indeed terrifying and rare. But who am I? The primordial sky demon. What kind of poison in this world can poison me? However, Ling Xiao's smile deepened as he looked at the peerless beauty right in front of him. This heavenly poison, lady, didn't stop me from touching her body? She's scheming. Phoenix Rouge's delicate body trembled, especially when she felt a wisp of warmth beside her ear, which caused ripples in her heart for no reason. That kind of limp and numb feeling is really captivating. But Ling Xiao's hands touched her lightly, and then he moved to sit on a bamboo chair in the courtyard. That's it. Feng Rouge's expression froze, and she felt a sense of loss. She stood there blankly for a long time before she glared hatefully at Ling Xiao. I was ready to take off my stockings and exchange saliva with you, and you're done just like that? Holy Sun, Ling Xiao, you're so short. I haven't even finished brewing my emotions, and you're done? If Phoenix Rouge wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would kill her for being too proactive, she would definitely make him crawl down the mountain today. No, she would make him foam at the mouth and collapse on the 7th peak. Miss Rouge, what did you say? Ling Xiao pretended to look at Phoenix Rouge in confusion, but deep down he was more and more interested in her. In the past, no matter how talented or strong the Lady of Destiny was, they were just characters in a story. They couldn't escape his control and weren't too scheming. However, Phoenix Rouge was different. This transmigrated girl had great providence and knew the plot of a typical story. Now that she dared to scheme against him, she probably wanted to take the initiative and cut off the karma before her poison body was exposed and jump out of the story. Unfortunately, she met a real transmigrated cheat. Oh, nothing. Holy Sun, have some tea. Phoenix Rouge had already regained his composure. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured Ling Xiao a cup. The Holy Sun is from the Central Border. During her 10 years in the Immortal Sect, let alone leaving the mountain, she didn't even know what happened within the sect. Ling Xiao was the only stranger she had interacted with all these years that she didn't dislike. I was scheming to save my life, but I didn't say that I was annoyed with him, right? Yes. Ling Xiao lowered his head and sipped his tea with an indifferent expression. Saint, can you tell me more about yourself? How did you become the holy son of the sacred cult at such a young age? And how did you cultivate to such a realm? At this moment, Phoenix Rouge had transformed into a fangirl. She was beating around the bush, trying to find out if Ling Xiao's identity was a destiny or a villain. There's nothing much to say. It's nothing more than killing along the way and training between life and death. In fact, my talent isn't outstanding. I always have to work harder than others. Ling Xiao sighed softly. His temperament was proud and indifferent. I always believed that the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. The glory you see now is the training from the ridicule in the past. Phoenix Rouge's beautiful eyes trembled. It's coming, it's coming. What a standard oath of destiny. It turned out that Ling Xiao was a person of destiny who was about to swim to the west of the river. The powerful background and terrifying cultivation she saw were all the gains after suppressing it. That's right. If there is more than one person of destiny in this chaotic world, perhaps only the person of destiny could kill the person of destiny. In other words, these people all had destiny and were protected by the heavenly Tao. In the era of great battles, there were indeed many monsters, but in the end there was only one person who truly stood at the peak of the world and controlled the order of the world. When people of destiny fought each other, it was a competition of destiny. But even if it was a person of destiny with low destiny, a villain like her wouldn't be able to kill him. In that case, her innate heavenly poison might not be able to kill this holy sun. Who knew if he had a treasure that just happened to be able to restrain this poison? Miss Rouge, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao frowned and pretended to look at the dazed girl in front of him in surprise. It was obvious that this woman of destiny had already recognized his identity as a person of destiny. Perhaps she had already summed up a complete plot based on her rich experience from her previous life. Nothing. So the Chosen has such a complicated path to immortality. I thought you were born to stand at the peak of Shenzhou. Phoenix Rouge smiled bitterly and poured Ling Xiao a cup of tea. Now it seems that Rouge is lazy. She only knows how to plant flowers and refine medicine all day long. The Chosen is indeed a role model for our generation. If the Chosen is free, you can often come to the seventh peak. I have many questions about cultivation that I would like to ask the Chosen. Miss Rouge, if you don't mind, you can just call me by my name. The Chosen is too distant. Ling Xiao nodded and drank the tea in his cup with a faint smile. Lord Ling Xiao, you must have killed many demons, right? Phoenix Rouge smiled sweetly, as if she had received a great honor. However, the coldness in her eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. That's right, Miss Rouge, your temperament is good, but you're a little cowardly. When cultivators of our generation see demons, regardless of their identity, we must kill them at all costs. Even if it's someone we love, we can't hesitate at all. The next time you see someone like Qingyu, remember, kill them at all costs. Ling Xiao's expression was gentle, but his words made Phoenix Rouge's heart turn even colder. As expected, this holy sect is really righteous. If he knows about my poison body, he will definitely kill me. Miss Rouge, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the Immortal Mystic Sect first and discuss today's matter with Sect Master Hellion. The appearance of the heavenly crocodile's remnant soul is not a good sign for the human race of the southern border. If I am free tomorrow, I'll come and disturb you again. With that, Ling Xiao took a deep look at Phoenix Rouge and turned to leave. The trap had been set. No matter what Phoenix Rouge chose, she was already in Ling Xiao's plot and couldn't escape. It wasn't until the young man's figure disappeared that the smile on Phoenix Rouge's face froze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed that no matter how much she avoided the world, this disaster would still come knocking on her door. Chosen Ling Xiao. He controlled the order of the Shenzhou and took it as his responsibility to kill demons. He was born to be a mortal enemy of demons. Didn't you see that Qingyu only had a demon soul, but even his Danci was cut off by him? The harmony between the two of them was only because Phoenix Rouge's poisonous body hadn't been exposed. But suppressing the poisonous body itself was a very troublesome matter, and Ling Xiao's appearance was too coincidental. According to Phoenix Rouge's understanding, a chosen one would usually cause a bloodbath wherever he went. And most importantly, now that she had a karmic connection with him, the next plot would most likely be Phoenix Rouge. I didn't expect you to be born with a poisonous body. Although I like you a little, for the sake of the world and the justice of the world, I have no other choice. How many evil demon girls who were fancied by the Chosen one had a good ending? Even if Ling Xiao fell in love and didn't kill her, how would she know that the divine master of the sacred sect behind him wouldn't kill her to end this ill-fated relationship? Therefore, in order to avoid being killed, Phoenix Rouge decided to try to kill this Chosen one of the sacred sect. Since the Chosen one could kill the Chosen one, she wondered if her junior brother's luck could shake this Chosen one. Thousand Ghost Mountain, Little Witch, Sia. Phoenix Rouge's eyes flashed with gloominess. Although she didn't want to be involved in karma, it seemed that some disasters were unavoidable. Junior brother, I don't want to harm you. It's just that you can't let me die. The evil demon girl came for love and died in the Chosen one's hands. The ordinary disciple of the mortal mystic sect woke up and avenged his lover. This plot was logical and wouldn't attract any suspicion. Of course, even if the story didn't go according to Phoenix Rouge's plan, the more chaotic the situation was, the more chances she would have. As for a piece of trash like Qin Qingshan, the secrets on his body were always earth-shattering. But she didn't know who would be the real main character of this world between him and Ling Xiao. Throughout history, there were countless talented people, but in an era, there could only be one king. The most important thing now was to find out the identity of that Miss Sia and invite her into the game. With the mark left by her master, She couldn't get out of the immortal mystic sect, but my golden finger is the divine face. Wouldn't everything be clear if I find a few bootlickers to go down the mountain and ask around? Chapter 639. On the peak of the immortal mystic mountain, clouds floated, spiritual birds flew, and auspicious clouds drifted. All kinds of spiritual aura gathered on the mountain, giving it an ethereal feeling. At this moment, in the back hall of the main peak of the immortal sect, Ling Xiao looked at the wisp of green poisonous gas on his fingertip with a faint smile. The sky poison was known as the poison without an antidote. However, to Ling Xiao, such a potent poison was of no threat at all. The sky demon was feared by the 9 heavens. If he couldn't even resist the sky poison, wouldn't he be letting down the intolerable setting? Therefore, from the beginning, the Phoenix Rouge had been defeated. The 4 heavens' wills appeared on the immortal mountain. The trip to the southern border had just begun, but it was already a little exciting. Ling Xiao waved his hand and appeared in the realm. He looked at the ancient stone talisman in his hand with bright eyes. From Qin Yu's memory, he already knew that this ancient talisman that contained the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile was the former's trump card. This strange stone talisman contained a wisp of the so-called celestial source. When placed in the elixir sea, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change one's physique and cultivate. It was said that this talisman was a treasure that the immortals had given to an ancestor of the heavenly crocodile clan. Now it seemed that the ancient god clan valued the heavenly crocodile clan very much. After all, even the Yi clan ancestor had never received such kindness from the immortals. That was why he wanted to transform into the sky demon and conquer the 9 heavens. However, this talisman was not the reason why Qin Yu's entire clan was slaughtered. This celestial source ancient talisman was found by Qin Yu's father when he went deep into the sea. No one knew its use, so Qin Yu took it with him as a plaything. Unexpectedly, on the day his elixir sea was broken, the talisman turned into a divine light and replaced the elixir sea, becoming the heaven's will of Qin Yu. As for the disaster that befell the Green Sun tribe, it was because of the ancient desolate heaven tablet. This tablet had a mysterious origin. It was given to Qin Yu by a sea tribe girl named after he fell from grace. In addition to this tablet, there was also a jade conch that could shift space and save one's life. Came from the endless sea and gave him the tablet to repay his kindness. It turned out that when Qin Yu went out to train, he had saved the golden dragon tail. It was This was probably the so-called. How could a golden carp stay in the pond? In every novel, as long as a living being was saved by the child of destiny, regardless of race, they would either become a harem or brothers. When he was young, he had always thought that Su Xian was awesome. Now he finally understood that as long as one could take on a human form, any pill could, it was still the same old trick. However, this ancient tablet seemed to be a sacred object of the sea race and had a great background. However, the girl's unintentional action caused the entire Green Sun tribe to be slaughtered. Moreover, the 2 of them had made an agreement to reunite on a deserted island at the border of the sea 7 years later. Calculating the time, it seemed that it was almost time. My little green plum, because of you, my beloved clansmen have been killed. How are you going to make it up to me? What, my appearance changed? If I don't change my appearance, won't it be difficult for me to escape from the sea race's pursuit? Come out. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Lightning radiance blossomed from his palm and struck the ancient talisman. Although he had used the primordial demonic blade to shatter the demonic shadow of the ancient alligator, he had only severely injured it, but not killed it. Of course, according to Ling Xiao's guess, this demonic soul was originally a badly injured remnant soul, which was why it was so weak. Furthermore, based on Ling Xiao's understanding of Qin Yu's model, this demonic soul was most likely awakened after the ancient talisman transformed into the elixir sea and was nourished by the latter's spiritual energy. The ancient clansmen had accidentally fallen and hid their souls in the ancient talisman, hoping to meet a fated person to awaken them. It had awakened, but unfortunately it was going to fall asleep again and never wake up. "Junior!" A deep voice suddenly resounded from the talisman. Then, a wisp of demonic aura transformed into a shadow and stood in front of Ling Xiao. It was a terrifying demonic shadow that was dozens of feet tall. It was several times more ferocious than the one on the 7th peak. At this time, the remnant soul of the ancient alligator lowered its head and stared at Ling Xiao indifferently. Its scaly face was full of arrogance and disdain. "Haha, Junior, you're still pretending to be a calf with me?" The more indifferent and domineering the remnant soul of the ancient alligator was, the more it proved that it was fake. Otherwise, he could have blocked the attack for Chinyu for a while and used the jade conch to escape. Why did it have to watch the young man die? Buzz! A wisp of saber intent quietly rippled around Ling Xiao. In his hand, the immemorial demonic blade suddenly emitted a piercing black light. It seemed that immortals had fallen and demons had been beheaded. Heaven and earth could not withstand the power of the saber. With just a glance, the expression on the remnant soul of the ancient alligator's face froze. Then, under Ling Xiao's playful gaze, the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow gradually shrank and finally turned into a young man who was about the same height as him. "Ha ha ha ha! Young master, I was just joking with you. Why did you use your saber?" At this time, there was no longer any arrogance on his face. Instead, there was a strong sense of fear. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. From his appearance, the remnant soul of the ancient alligator did not seem old. At this time, the fluctuation of his spirit was only in the range of a first-grade emperor god. In other words, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. "Ha ha ha! Young master, I am from the ancient heavenly alligator clan. You know the ancient heavenly alligator, right? My ancestor was the mount of an ancient god. He conquered thousands of worlds and swallowed dragons and phoenixes. How is it? Is it very majestic? Let me tell you, as long as you follow me, I promise that in the future, you and I will be the rulers of the Shenzhou state." The remnant soul of the ancient alligator spoke like a river and looked at the black ancient saber in Ling Xiao's hand warily. For some reason, although there was no power in the saber and it looked ordinary, the more ordinary it was, the more he felt terrified. "You and I will be the rulers." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. He raised the black saber in his hand and was about to slash at the remnant soul of the ancient alligator. "Wait a minute. Boy, let me tell you. I am the young master of the heavenly alligator clan. My ancestor is not dead. If I die, my ancestor will know. By then the whole world will not tolerate you." Seeing that Ling Xiao was not moved at all, the remnant soul of the ancient alligator suddenly roared fiercely. "Oh, the whole world will not tolerate you?" A bright smile suddenly bloomed on Ling Xiao's face. Then, under the stunned gaze of the remnant soul of the ancient alligator, the moon suddenly appeared in his eyes. At the same time, an ancient demonic aura that made one's scalp tingle fell from the sky. In just one breath's time, the entire realm turned completely into night. The blue sky was no longer there, and the bright sun was no longer shining. Only the young man's blood-red eyes were like the origin of the 9 sky demon, revealing endless evil. Gulp. "Demon, you are a demon. The 9 heavens will not tolerate you. Judging from the aura of this demon, the 9 heavens will not tolerate you. But how could it be? How could there be such a great demon in the Shenzhou state? Big brother, do I still have a chance? I want to go through the plot again." The remnant soul of the heavenly alligator swallowed hard and felt a chill in its body. "A mount of the immortal clan dares to be so arrogant in front of me?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and slashed the demonic saber in his hand. "The 9 heavens will not tolerate you? So what?" Chapter 640. the sound of a saber was heard. Countless Tao inscriptions materialized in the void, transforming into an inescapable net that suppressed the heavens and earth. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. There seemed to be a demon standing behind him, looking down at the world. There was no light in the entire realm. Suddenly, a black light flashed and cut the darkness apart. The mist seemed to be mixed with primordial Tao intent, which made people feel cold. The remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile didn't even have time to resist before it was cut in half by the saber aura. The darkness retreated like a tide. In Ling Zhao's eyes, the soul-sucking ghost pearl emitted a ray of bloodlight and devoured the thousands of souls. Boom! Boom! The soul palace rose, flowing with endless mysteries. Extremely complex demonic runes floated up from the palace and eventually dissipated into nothingness. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. The ancient stone talisman in his hand turned into a ray of light and disappeared into his dantian. The sea of spirit qi surged from all directions and gathered around Ling Xiao. Thousands of rays of light rose and countless Tao patterns formed an array. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth was in Ling Xiao's hands. Is this the immortal source that the patriarch of the Foliaceae mentioned? It's really mysterious. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the spiritual aura surrounding him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. With the power of the immortal source, he could absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth into his body without deliberately cultivating. It was somewhat similar to the purple qi pure Tao body. Why were the deities so powerful? The reason might be because of the immortal Tao's origin. The spirit qi of heaven and earth was beautiful and ethereal. Besides, Ling Xiao also learned the location of an ancient site from the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile. That was the place where the demon died and its remains were left. It was also the ancestral ground of the heavenly crocodile clan. However, the heavenly crocodile was originally a remnant soul, so its memory was fragmented and incomplete. He didn't know if the ancient site hidden deep in the endless sea realm had the opportunity he wanted. Now that Qingyu was dead, the immortal mystic sect still had 3 leeks waiting to be harvested. Qin Chu, Phoenix Rouge, and Ling Xiao had already come up with a countermeasure. However, Ling Xiao didn't know how to deal with the ordinary Qin Qingshan. That piece of pure gold is definitely something extraordinary. However, I wonder which model this Qin Qingshan is using. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't anxious about this. The children of destiny gathered at the immortal, profound mountain. There would definitely be many interesting things happening. Moreover, the heavenly pool was about to open. By then, he would have plenty of time to toy with the 3 of them. However, the most important thing right now was to make everyone believe that there were demons in the immortal, profound sect. When the time was right, Qin Chu and Phoenix Rouge would become enemies of the entire world. Among the 8 tribes, there should be some monsters who have comprehended the Tao law, right? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He appeared in front of the Blood Dragon Hall and handed the god-slaying battle formation to Xiao Beifa before reappearing in the immortal sect's main hall. At this moment, Han Qingqiu was already waiting quietly in the hall. "Young master, you finally came out." At this moment, her face was slightly anxious. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao looked out of the hall with a pensive expression. "The sect master of the immortal profound sect has been waiting for a long time." "Oh, ask him to come in." Ling Xiao nodded and turned around to sit in the main hall. Soon, Helian Shan and Feng Yuanyang pushed open the door and walked into the hall. "Greetings, Saint." "Sect master, what's the matter?" Ling Zhao's expression didn't change. The commotion on the 7th peak couldn't have been hidden from the sect master of the immortal profound sect. He most likely came here because of Qing, he, and the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile. "Saint, today's matter is due to the negligence of the immortal profound sect. I didn't expect that young man to have the remnant soul of the heavenly crocodile." Helian Shan let out a long sigh. He was originally proficient in the dark yellow divination Dao. Before Ling Xiao entered the southern border, he vaguely saw the chaos that was about to happen. The Heavenly Crocodile clan was the overlord of the Endless Sea. Now that a remnant soul appeared in the immortal Profound sect and was killed by Ling Xiao, the Sea tribe wouldn't let it go. It's okay. It's just a remnant soul. Ling Xiao looked calm, as if he didn't care about the Sea tribe. The first divine envoy of the sacred sect was here. He had enough confidence in this expert of the sacred sect. In the entire Xingzhou, a 9th-grade expert was the best. Perhaps even the legendary Sea Emperor might not be a match for the first divine envoy. The divine master sent him to the southern border because he considered the threat of the Sea tribe. With this person here, the Sea tribe wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Saint, the Heavenly Crocodile clan, was the overlord of the Endless Sea during the ancient times. They still have a high prestige in the Endless Sea. Once the Sea King knows about this, it will cause a lot of trouble. So, Helian Shan wanted to say something, but stopped. After a while, he sighed. Why don't we invite the divine envoy here? Otherwise, there will be changes in the battle for the Heavenly Pool. The Sea tribe will send experts for the battle for the Heavenly Pool? Ling Xiao sipped the tea in his cup. He had heard that the Sea tribe and the human race would fight for the 10 people in the Heavenly Pool. However, he had been here for a whole day, but he didn't see any experts from the Sea tribe. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Sea tribe was the main force in the southern border, not the human race. So, there would probably be more seafood to eat in that clan. According to the previous rules, the human race and the Sea tribe will each send 10 geniuses to fight. The 10 winners will get the chance to enter the Heavenly Pool. Helian Shan sighed. This saint was indeed very talented. He was invincible among his peers. However, those of the same generation were still those of the same generation. Currently, the sea race's Sea Monarch ruled the Endless Sea. There were thousands of Sea tribe clans in the Endless Sea. Among them, there were 10 royal clans. In terms of the number of demons, although the northern border was vast, it couldn't be compared to the Endless Sea. Once the Sea tribe demons caused trouble, the celestial mystic sect would be destroyed. Even the southern border's 8 tribes would not be able to fight against them. Back then, Helian Shan became famous not because he was strong and intimidated the experts of the Endless Sea. Instead, he made a bet with the Sea King. Helian Shan survived the Sea King's palm strike. That was why the Sea tribe retreated. The 2 races lived in peace for 200 years and didn't invade each other. However, the power of the world was bound to fall apart after a long period of peace. Now, the Sea tribe was very strong. The Sea King unified the Endless Sea and gathered the scattered sand into a formation. Even Helian Shan was extremely fearful of this overlord of the sea. The Sea King killed tens of thousands of his own race and became the Sea King. Such a person would not stay in a corner. If the Sea tribe has some brains, they will not make things difficult for the celestial mystic sect at this juncture. Furthermore, the Sea tribe worked together with the great demonic demon to wreak havoc in the western border. They should be killed. When Lord Divine Envoy finds the evidence, it will be the time for this race to be destroyed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, looking like he was strategizing. What a joke! What did the destruction of the celestial mystic sect have to do with him? As long as he obtained the fortune in the Heavenly Lake and a few leeks were ripe, he would leave. At that time, it would be the Sea King or the Sea King that came. It was none of his business. This, the celestial mystic sect master, and Feng Yuanyang looked at each other. In the end, they did not say anything. In the end, the current ruler of the Shangzhou was still the divine master. As long as he didn't die, the Sea tribe would not dare to completely fall out with the human race. In that case, Holy Sun, we will take our leave. Looking at the 2 people walking out of the hall, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a good time to kill. Chapter 641. Lord Saint, are you looking for me? In the main hall, an immortal mystic sect disciple in a long robe bowed towards Ling Xiao. His face was filled with doubt and surprise. With his status, not to mention being summoned by the saint, even a glance would be a supreme honor. Suddenly, this immortal mystic sect disciple felt like he had reached the heavens in a single step. Could it be that my immortal path has just begun? What's your name? Forget it, it's too troublesome. Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and cold. Then he shook his head and walked to the side of the youth. The soul light in his eyes suddenly brightened. The immortal mystic sect disciple, didn't even have time to react before he felt his body lighten. It was as if his life had been sublimated. 8 young masters. Who should I kill first? Forget it. I'll select the soldiers and generals. Whoever I select will die. Ling Xiao casually threw the disciple's corpse into the realm. A jumbled memory flashed across his mind. In the end, it stopped at a determined and dark face. You then, you Sun tribe's young master Yuzhe? Who asked you to have a dark face? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of evilness. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Immortal mystic ancient sect. The moonlight was cold. In the sea of ancient trees, there was a spiritual aura quietly rippling. However, at this moment, under the moonlight, a figure was hidden in the dark. He easily avoided the guarding disciples and appeared in front of a palace at the back of the mountain. Those who could come to the immortal mystic sect were mostly the famous geniuses of the southern border. Among them, the 8 young masters were the leaders. Each of them was brave. However, no matter if it was the geniuses or the ancient tribe's young masters, they were not worth mentioning when compared to Ling Xiao. Is young master Yuzhe here? Ling Xiao stood in front of the main hall. His face was covered by immortal clouds, and his tone was extremely calm. Who is outside the hall? Soon, a vigorous voice came from the hall. Then, the door opened, and a half-naked strong youth walked out with a frown. In the next moment, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. It's Lord Saint? May I know why the saint is visiting so late at night? A 9th-grade divine general with no luck. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. However, a bloody moon was floating in his eyes. In just an instant, the expression on Yu Zhe's face became completely lifeless. Then he followed closely behind Ling Xiao and walked into the palace. The people of the demonic Dao might not be as cruel as the world imagined them to be. But since it was a setup, what Ling Xiao had to do was to make people believe that humans were killed by demons. Therefore, when Ling Xiao's figure walked out of the main hall, a dense smell of blood had already filled the entire hall. At this moment, on the floor of the palace, Yu Zhe was covered in blood, his head separated from his body. Even his 4 limbs had been neatly cut off by a sharp blade and placed to the side. Not a single part of his skin was intact. His appearance was simply inhumane. No matter how one looked at it, such a method of killing did not seem like something a decent person would do. There was a devil in the immortal profound sect. Young lord! Early in the morning of the next day, a mournful cry of grief suddenly sounded out from the immortal mystic ancient mountain. In the entire immortal mystic sect, countless powerful auras descended from the sky and enveloped Yu Zhe's bedroom. Ling Xiao's figure walked out of the main hall. He raised his head and looked at the clear sky and bright sun. The corner of his mouth raised into a gentle smile. The Go game started. What Xiao Chun needed to do was to uphold justice and eliminate the demon Dao outstanding talents of the righteous Dao. As for whether the demon would be Qin Chu or Phoenix Rouge, it would depend on which of the two was more useful. What happened? Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the main hall. Behind him, Han Qingqiu and Hua Hua followed closely. Saint, you've come. The immortal mystic sect master bowed slightly and gave Hua Hua a meaningful glance. Since Ling Xiao's arrival that day, he had sensed a wisp of demonic aura from this young girl. It was very obvious that this young girl with a valiant appearance was a demonic beast in human form. Of course, if a demonic beast in human form came up the mountain in the past, he would definitely interrogate it and even kill it. However, this girl was following the saint. Perhaps she was a mount or a pet. What's going on? Ling Xiao frowned. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Saint, the young master of Yushuan tribe, was killed last night. The immortal mystic sect master sighed softly. His expression was extremely serious. Nonsense. How could he not be serious? To be able to kill someone right under his nose with such a cruel method. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Moreover, the saint was on the mountain now. Wasn't this telling the saint that he, Helian Shan, was useless? What? Who did this? Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. He lifted his foot and walked into the main hall, looking at the bloodstains on the ground. His footsteps trembled slightly. What a cruel method! Saint, I suspect there's a demon lurking in our immortal mystic sect. At this point, Helian Shan didn't dare to hide anything anymore. This method of killing was obviously not done by the righteous path. It must be done by a crazy demon. However, the reason why he killed Yuza was still unconfirmed. To be able to kill a young master of an ancient tribe who was a 9th grade divine general silently, this demon's cultivation must have surpassed the divine overlord realm or even higher. There's a demon. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed instantly. What kind of demon had the guts to challenge the dignity of the immortal mystic sect and the saint? However, inexplicably, a trace of doubt flashed across Feng Yuanyang's eyes. He knew that there was a demon on the immortal mystic mountain. Qin Chu, a disciple taught by 6 great demons together. His methods were naturally terrifying and strange. Killing a divine general was not a big problem. However, it shouldn't be. Although the 6 demons cultivated demonic techniques and acted recklessly, they weren't cruel and merciless people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his view of the demons back then and traveled with the 6 of them. Investigate. Investigate all the people who have a grudge against this young master of an ancient tribe. I don't believe that a demon can come and go freely on the immortal mystic mountain. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and turned to look at Qin Chu, who was in the crowd. However, at this moment, the young man's face was slightly pale. He looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. Should I tell the saint that demons might not be bad people? At the very least, my 6 masters are carefree and unrestrained and kind-hearted people. And with Ling Zhao's character and vision, he shouldn't be so narrow-minded, right? Perhaps it was done by demons? Yes. Instantly, the mortal mystic sect was in a mess. All the young geniuses gathered in groups of 3 to 5, obviously afraid that they would be killed by the demon if they were alone. For 3 consecutive days, the immortal mystic sect was completely shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. However, just as everyone gradually relaxed their vigilance and thought that Yu Zei's death might be a simple vendetta, another young master of an ancient tribe was killed by 1,000 cuts. His body was densely covered with 937 sword wounds. As a result, the identity of this murderous demon shrunk a little. This demon was a sword demon with terrifying attainments in the way of the sword. On the 7th peak, Ling Xiao sat in front of the stone table, gently sipping the tea in his cup. Beside him, Phoenix Rouge sat on the ground, fiddling with a burning firewood in front of her. Young master, who do you think the murderous demon is? At this moment, her eyes were clear and puzzled. Clearly, she felt that there was a conspiracy in the bottom of her heart. It's hard to say. In this world, most true demons hide their bodies. They look docile on the outside, but they are very scheming. This demon could be me, or it could be you. Ling Xiao put down the teacup and sighed. However, Phoenix Rouge's face instantly froze. The firewood in her hand broke. Chapter 642. Ha ha ha, you're such a joker. Phoenix Rouge picked up the teapot and filled Ling Zhao's cup with tea. if you're a demon, wouldn't this world become a demon's world? As for me, if I could kill 2 young masters without anyone noticing, I wouldn't be a nameless disciple of the 7th summit. Rouge's cultivation should be at the 3rd stage of the divine overlord realm, right? Also, it's the most poisonous poison in the world. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile, while Feng Rouge's hand that was holding the pot trembled slightly. At this moment, she seemed to be hesitating. Should she scheme against the saint of the sacred sect? Why did she feel like she was being seen through in front of him? Also, this holy son's temperament was truly unfathomable. In the past, Feng Rouge only needed to interact with the people she had met a few times to roughly guess their temperament, character, and way of doing things. However, the Ling Xiao in front of her really left her scratching her head. Sometimes he was a righteous man who protected the common people and exterminated demons. But sometimes his words and actions deviated from the norm. He was decisive and temperamental. For the first time, Phoenix Rouge was curious and fearful of someone of the same generation. You're right. My cultivation is at the 3rd stage of the divine overlord realm. But where did you get the poison from? Phoenix Rouge put down the teapot and frowned. She looked at Ling Xiao curiously. How come you seem to know everything? It's so scary. The saint has a technique to see through people's cultivation. As for poison, the most poisonous thing in the world is beauty. With Rouge's looks, it's not too much for me to say that you're the most poisonous, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His gentle gaze instantly dispelled Feng Rouge's doubts. You're really good at flirting. What do you think is a demon? A demon does whatever he wants and does whatever he wants. He's clear about love and hate. He dares to go against the world because of his obsession. Hearing this, Phoenix Rouge's eyes narrowed, and the confusion on his face grew. Why did it sound like the saint of the sacred sect didn't hate demons? Instead, there was a hint of admiration. If that's the case, why do you want to slay the demons? The devils that I slay are the evil devils that bring calamity to the world. They are not demons. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Rouge meaningfully, then stood up and walked out of the courtyard. There are only 2 more days until the Heavenly Lake contest. Rouge, I hope you won't disappoint me. Young master, Phoenix Rouge frowned. Don't disappoint him? Then, what was he looking forward to? At the peak of the immortal, profound mountain, Feng Yuanyang stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Qin Chu looked at the first elder of the immortal sect in confusion. Elder, may I know why you called me here? To be honest, these 3 days were also torturous for Qin Chu. The entire immortal mystic sect was discussing the devil. He made it sound as if all the evil in the world were done by demons. As the disciple of the 6 demons, he was naturally angry. After all, he wasn't the one who did it. Even if there were other demons hiding in the immortal mystic sect, they shouldn't be so biased and humiliate all the demons in the world. Of course, although Qin Chu was innocent, he wasn't stupid. At this juncture, if he exposed his demon identity, he would be killed by these righteous people before he had a chance to explain himself. If he wanted to prove the name of the devil, he had to cultivate hard, stand at the top of the world, be a hero, and protect the common people. I, Qin Chu, am going to be a devil that is revered by the people of this world. What's the matter? Feng Yuanyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Don't you know why I called you here? Others don't know your identity, but I do. You're pretending to be a coward. If your 6 masters didn't save my life, why do you think you're still alive? No matter what grudges he had with the 8 young masters, the way he killed was too bloody and cruel. Feng Yuanyang admired the freedom of demons, but he didn't expect the disciple of the 6 demons to be such a ruthless person. Demons and swordsmanship could easily kill people of the same generation. Among the geniuses who came up the mountain, only Qin Chu and Ling Xiao seemed to meet these conditions, but the latter was the saint of the saint. If he wanted to kill someone, did he have to hide it? Therefore, in Feng Yuanyang's opinion, the murderous demon, was Qin Chu. What? You said it wasn't you? Then why was the immortal mystic sect safe and sound before you came? When you came, there were traces of demons in the immortal mystic sect. If it wasn't you, could it be the saint of Ling Xiao? Let's stop before I remember our past relationship. Feng Yuanyang sighed, his eyes inexplicably vicissitudes of life. Sure enough, time was the most mysterious thing in the world. It could let people see a person's heart and change one's mind. Senior, what do you mean? I don't understand. Qin Chu frowned and looked at the first elder of the immortal mystic sect in confusion. Why was this old man acting so strangely? I don't care what grudges you have with the 8 young masters, nor do I know why you came out this time. If you dare to kill people in the immortal mystic sect again, I will kill you with my own hands. Feng Yuanyang turned and walked down the mountain, leaving Qin Chu standing alone in the wind. What the F***? I didn't kill anyone. Why did this old man think that I killed someone? Because of our old friendship? Could it be that he knew the masters? In front of the ancient forest, Ling Xiao hid his figure and looked coldly at the youth in the distance. Previously, he had set up a method on Qin Chu's body with the intention of finding the 6 demons' seclusion. But just now, he sensed that Qin Chu came to the mountain peak in the middle of the night. He thought that something must have happened. After all, the immortal mystic sect was full of traces of demons. At this time, all the southern border geniuses were hiding in the palace in case of accidents. He just didn't expect that the first elder of the immortal mystic sect would so easily put the blame on Qin Chu. Moreover, from his words, Ling Xiao could tell that this person must know the 6 demons. Wonderful. Qin Chu, it seems that you have no choice but to take the blame. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, the southern border geniuses of the immortal mystic sect arrived one after another. The beasts of the immortal mystic sect descended from the sky with endless spiritual aura. The battle for the heavenly lake was the most important event in the southern border. It was said that the heavenly lake was connected to the spirit veins of the southern border. The spiritual liquid in the lake would fill up once every 100 years. Therefore, the fortune of the heavenly lake only appeared once every 100 years. The last time the heavenly lake appeared, a total of 9 sea race prodigies and 1 human prodigy entered to temper their physiques and absorb spiritual energy. In the end, all 10 of them broke through to the next realm, shocking the world. At night, the moon was as cold as water. Endless moonlight shone from the sky, making the ancient forest in the mountain look like a demon. It was ferocious and looked extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's palace was brightly lit and bustling with people. The arrival of the saint of the sacred sect to southern border was a supreme honor for the 8 tribes and the southern border geniuses. Tomorrow morning was the battle for the heavenly lake. As the saint, he naturally had to give a speech to inspire people and set an example. Winning people's hearts was a game of power. At this moment, Ling Xiao was reclining on a golden chair in the palace with a gentle expression. Beside him, Han Qingqiu and Hua Hua were holding a cup of wine and a spiritual fruit, respectively. They fed Ling Xiao one by one. Seeing this scene, countless southern border geniuses had a wisp of envy in their eyes. What was a winner in life? With power in his hands and beauties by his side, he was invincible and unparalleled. Damn! Saint Ling Xiao, I'm willing to call you the most cunning person in the world. Chapter 643. Is everyone here? Ling Xiao smiled lazily. He supported his chin with one hand and raised his wine cup with the other. He looked at the people in the hall. To be honest, if this attitude was on any other genius, they would definitely be scolded badly. As the host, it was rude to be too unrestrained. But was the Holy Sun being unrestrained? The Holy Sun was not bothered by trifles and was carefree. The Holy Sun Ling Xiao was a very real person, not pretentious. Everyone in the hall bowed at the same time and looked at Ling Xiao and Han Qingqiu and Hua Hua beside him. With their beauty, they were among the top in the southern border. More importantly, these two beauties each had their own characteristics. Han Qingqiu's temperament was ethereal and cold. She had an immortal aura that did not belong to the mortal world. As for Hua Hua, her figure was hot and her eyes were filled with charm. One look and one could tell that she was a coquettish little demon. This kind of beauty could only be possessed by an outstanding talent like the Holy Sun. No, all the beauties in this world should belong to the young master. In the crowd, Phoenix Rouge's eyes darted around, but she felt an inexplicable disdain in her heart. As expected, handsome people are all trash. You already have two beauties by your side, but you still come to the seventh peak to chat with me and admire the moon? As if sensing the coldness in her eyes, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. However, he heard Hua Hua whisper, "Young master, can you give it to me?" Ling Xiao turned his head and saw Hua Hua's eyes filled with greed. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that the demon dragon's nature was to eat both men and women. I can't give it to you. Young master, you can't have all the beautiful women in this world, right? Hua Hua shook Ling Xiao's arm and pleaded, "My good young master, if I capture her and serve you with her, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing?" "Oh, that's a good idea, but I really can't give it to you." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. "This woman has the sky poison body. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be poisoned into a pile of bones before you even touch her." "What?" Hua Hua's expression changed. She turned to look at Phoenix Rouge. "I didn't expect her to be a poisonous woman. You're only allowed to look but not eat?" "Not necessarily. It depends on who eats it." Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and stood up from the golden chair. Calculating the time, it should be about time. "Young master, the young master of the Nanshan tribe, Chingyan, hasn't arrived yet." Someone in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Logically speaking, since Changyan's palace was right next to the saint's bedroom, he should have arrived earlier. Suddenly, the originally bustling hall fell into a deathly silence. F***CK. It couldn't be, right? Did that demon attack again? In the next few days, two young masters of the immortal mystic sect had already been killed by the devils. However, no matter how hard the immortal mystic sect master investigated, he couldn't find any trace of the devil. If not for the presence of Ling Xiao, the saint, the experts of the tribes on the Immortal Mountain would have already sent troops to Hellion Mountain to denounce them. Let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao frowned slightly. In a flash, he dashed out of the hall. Behind him, the southern border prodigies followed closely, their faces filled with fear. Chingyan, the young master of the Nanshan tribe, was the top demon in southern border. At the age of 30, he was already a divine overlord expert and had Tao laws around him. If even he couldn't escape from the devil's claws, wouldn't everyone else be fish on the chopping board? On the mountain path, a figure in linen clothes slowly walked over. At this moment, Qin Chu's face was filled with excitement. Just now, he received a message from Ling Xiao, asking him to come to the saint's bedroom for a chat. It was already late, and he was going to the saint's bedroom. Could it be that the saint wants to talk to me through the night? This was something that only close friends would do. I knew it. The saint and I have a tacit understanding. We hit it off at first sight. Perhaps he has taken a liking to me as well. However, just as Qin Chu was thinking to himself, a figure covered in demonic aura suddenly flashed past at the end of his line of sight, heading towards a hall in the distance. Qin Chu's footsteps trembled, and a hint of killing intent suddenly appeared on his face. Devil. There was indeed a devil in the immortal mystic sect. F***CK. Feng Yuanyang's words that day still lingered in Qin Chu's ears. He was already depressed that he had to bear the crime of murder for no reason. Now that he finally saw the trace of the devil, How could he let it go so easily? Great! I've finally met you. As long as I catch you, I can clear my name and let Elder Feng Yuanyang know that I, Qin Chu, am not the murderer. Moreover, although he was a demonic cultivator and the disciple of a great devil, his character had always been upright. Now that he saw that the devil was about to do evil again, how could he ignore it? Tonight, I will clear the name of the devil. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Qin Chu did not hesitate at all and chased after the demonic figure in a flash. In this immortal mystic mountain, he did not need to kill the devil at all. He only needed to delay it for a moment, and it would definitely attract the attention of the experts of the immortal sect. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Saint Ling Xiao would definitely applaud my righteousness. Boom! When Qin Chu's figure landed in front of the hall, he saw the demonic aura sweeping through the hall, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Obviously, the devil had succeeded again. You're courting death. Qin Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the wine pot in his hand released a dark glow. There seemed to be tens of thousands of sword intents circulating within, and the invisible killing intent blocked the demonic aura. Around his body, spiritual light began to bloom, and the 1,000-elephant divine body turned into a phantom that stood in the sky. Multicolored light floated in the sky, and Tao patterns condensed. The entire world became as bright as day. Then he lifted his foot and walked into the hall. What entered his sight was a pool of blood and the figure of a young man who had fallen to the ground. At this time his body was also cut into pieces by the sword intent and piled up like rotten meat. Qin Chu frowned and looked into the depths of the hall, only to see a figure shrouded in demonic light looking back at him. A pair of blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Boom! Outside the hall, waves of spiritual power suddenly surged. Let's see where you can run now. Qin Chu sneered, and a crimson gold array flag floated in the air in front of him. It evolved into an array that enveloped the entire hall. There seemed to be a sea of black and yellow energy overflowing on it, surging endlessly and revealing endless mysteries. At this time, each of the spirit treasures in his hand could be called a supreme treasure. They were originally the items that made the 6 demons famous. Now that he was using them alone, their power could be imagined. Brother Qingyin, are you inside? Dense footsteps came from outside the hall. Qin Chu's eyes flashed with joy, and he waved his hand to open the array map. Everyone, there is a devil here. Quickly come and help me. However, just as Qin Chu's voice fell, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with a hint of disbelief. He saw that the demonic figure standing in front of him suddenly and strangely disappeared into thin air. The power of the realm shifted with Ling Xiao's mind. Now that his divine stainless body was outside the hall, even if the hall was sealed by the array map, how could it trap him? Gulp. Quite suddenly, Qin Chu felt a chill from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Chapter 644. Beep. The chosen one feels a chill in his heart and is panicking. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Xiao's eyes were calm and even a little solemn. Therefore, it was understandable for immortal cultivators to live in seclusion. However, they had to teach their disciples to live in seclusion. Without seeing the world and experiencing hardships, no matter how high their cultivation level was, how many chapters could they survive on the path to immortality? Flipping through the history of the 9 heavens, one would find that there was only one word on the long path to immortality: eating people. Why does this voice sound so familiar? The southern border elites looked at each other, especially the surging demonic aura in the hall. It made them feel a trace of fear. Buzz. Above the void, ripples appeared, and the moonlight fluctuated. A powerful aura descended. The celestial mystic sect master, Grand Elder Feng Yuanyang, and the others descended from the sky and looked at the hall in front of them with a frown. With the level of their souls, they could easily sense the fluctuations of life force within. Judging from the density of the demonic aura, this person's identity didn't seem to need to guess. Boom! Ling Xiao took a step forward. Lightning flashed around his body and turned into a seal out of thin air, striking towards the array flag that enveloped the hall. However, he didn't use his full strength at this time, and the array flag was a supreme-grade Dao artifact. Therefore, this seal only caused it to tremble for a moment before calming down. Damn! What a supreme treasure that could conceal one's aura and whereabouts! As for how the demonic aura leaked out, no one cared at this time. Ling Xiao had already set up this trap. All the coincidences in front of them were just carefully planned by him. When he invited the young masters of 8 tribes, he had sent people to wait outside Qin Chu's palace. He had purposely controlled the timing of the meeting. Ling Xiao's original body killed people, and his Dao body led everyone here. Not to mention Qin Chu, who had just entered the immortal path. Even the elders of the immortal sects would have to participate today. What was this called? Please enter the trap, so that I can catch the devil in the cage. Don't attack, don't attack. We're on the same side. Qin Chu exclaimed and took down the array flag, appearing in front of everyone. At this moment, there was confusion and unwillingness on his face, but more than that, there was an indescribable fear. She seemed to have been caught red-handed. Tell me, if I tell them that I'm also here to slay demons, will they believe me? Young Master Qin. Ling Xiao's footsteps came to a halt. His face was clearly filled with astonishment. Holy Sun! Ling Xiao! Qin Chu's body trembled as he swallowed hard. Especially the disappointment in Ling Xiao's eyes, he felt an indescribable grievance. When they first met, Qin Chu admired Ling Xiao's attainments in the Tao of the Sword. Then, Ling Xiao defeated a group of heavenly talents and helped him out of a predicament. In Qin Chu's eyes, although the saint status was high, his character was the key to moving him. Ever since he was young, Qin Chu had longed for the friendship of his 6 masters. When he was born this time, his masters had also warned him to find more like-minded friends, so that his path to immortality would not be too lonely. However, I found a confidant. Originally, I wanted to shine in the battle for the Heavenly Lake and obtain the right to stand beside him. But why do I feel like I've lost both my confidant and fortune when I want to slay a demon tonight? Is it really you? Ling Xiao looked lost, and there was a faint sadness between his brows. At this moment, his gaze was not on Qin Chu. Instead, he was looking at the sky above the main hall. However, it was this attitude that made Qin Chu's heart hurt even more. I've already obtained Lord Ling Xiao's recognition, but now, beep! The chosen one's heart trembled in pain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Holy Sun, it really wasn't me. Qin Chu's voice was filled with sorrow, but his eyes were unusually determined. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Lord Ling Xiao, the world can choose not to believe me, but you can't. It wasn't you. Qin Chu, you're the only one here. Young Master, Cheng Yun died tragically. If it wasn't you, could it be that he chopped himself into pieces? An immortal mystic sect disciple shouted angrily with an angry expression. In the past few days, the southern border geniuses had been uneasy because of this demon. Now that he had finally been caught red-handed, he was actually still quibbling. It wasn't me. I saw that demon enter the hall, so I followed him and wanted to stall him for a moment. Qin Chu clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his figure seemed especially lonely in the empty hall, although even he didn't believe such an excuse. However, he just didn't want to disappoint. Lord Ling Xiao. So you mean you ran into the hall, the demon was gone, and you happened to be blocked by us? Then Qin Chu, what's with the array you set up just now? If this array doesn't trap demons, why don't you trap air? That's right. Seems like we've really underestimated you. Look at your entire body. All of them are supreme grade Tao weapons. No wonder the 8 tribe young masters can't match up to you. Even if you were to use your spirit treasure, you should be able to smash someone to death. Everyone mocked him coldly. Only Ling Xiao didn't say a word. He only looked at the blood on the ground coldly. Qin Chu stopped quibbling. You're the demon. In the crowd, Feng Yuanyang suddenly took a step forward and looked coldly at the youth in the hall. Compared to the other experts of the immortal sects, he knew Qin Chu's true identity from the beginning. The disciple of the 6 demons, not to mention his temperament, his identity alone was enough for him to be tolerated by the world. Qin Chu gritted his teeth. He was the demon. He never wanted to quibble, but he didn't kill them. Even if he died, he would never bear such slander. I didn't kill them. Since you insist on pushing the blame on me today, I have nothing to say. But you want me to die obediently? Impossible. If you really didn't kill them, then open your soul and let us check. Feng Yuanyang sighed. If he killed Qin Chu, the immortal mystic sect would definitely be hated by the 6 demons. Moreover, the 6 demons saved his life. No matter how much Qin Chu crossed the line, he should let them deal with him. If this was the disciple that the 6 demons wanted, cruel and ruthless, killing the innocent, Feng Yuanyang would cut off all ties with the 6 of them. But if the 6 demons didn't change, Qin Chu wouldn't be able to escape death. What can I do? I can't tell the saint and the sect master that I'm good friends with this guy's 6 demon masters, right? F***CK. Once this matter is exposed, he won't be able to escape. He won't even be able to die. When it came to demons, the saint sect would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Not to mention a fellow demon who infiltrated the immortal sect. First Elder, although I don't know why you insist that I did it, I will open my soul. No one in the world can take this humiliation. Today, I, Qin Chu, will put my words here. If I survive, I will kill those who humiliate me. Qin Chu took a deep breath. The immortal gourd in his hand emitted 3,000 sword energies, cutting the space into pieces. Behind him, an immortal figure appeared out of nowhere. Dragons and elephants seemed to be floating around him. A divine gate appeared and a crane soared into the sky. Obviously, Qin Chu was prepared to fight to the death. The experts of the immortal sects couldn't distinguish right from wrong. He didn't want to stay in the immortal mystic sect. Chapter 645. You really didn't kill her? Ling Xiao sighed and finally looked at Qin Chu. Feeling the anticipation in his deep eyes, Qin Chu's eyes suddenly turned red. The world doesn't believe me, but you still ask. Saint Ling Xiao, you actually believe in Chu, or don't you? Saint, if you believe me, I'm willing to die today to prove my sincerity. My soul involves the secrets of my sect. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Qin Chu's tone was firm as he stood up straight. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying unjustly. His 6 masters were demons, and he was the disciple of the great demon. This was the truth. But his master's great wish was never to slaughter the innocent and become the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. They just wanted to break the shackles of this world and return true freedom to all living beings. One of the reasons he left the mountain village was to gain experience. Another reason was to prove the name of the demon. I believe you. Ling Xiao suddenly nodded, causing the entire mountain peak to fall into a deathly silence. Even Qin Chu's eyes flashed with astonishment. What did you say? I said I believe you, but now you're the most suspicious. If you believe me, seal your cultivation and follow me back to the palace. You're not allowed to go anywhere before the matter is investigated. Ling Xiao's tone was calm, and his eyes were cold. At this moment, his body seemed to be emitting a golden light that filled the entire palace. Gradually, he was the only one in Qin Chu's eyes. Tall, stalwart, straight, and incomparably handsome. You really believe me? Qin Chu's voice was trembling, and his eyes were misty. In his 20 years of life, he had only been touched twice. The first time he begged on the street and was about to starve to death. It was the master who brought him a bowl of mutton soup and placed it in front of him. He smiled and said to eat. Chin Chu would never forget that cold and emotionless face. It wasn't that he had never seen cultivators or so-called righteous cultivators. But how many of those high and mighty immortals really cared about the suffering of mortals? What they cared about was fortune, cultivation, and the will to live as long as the heavens. However, the one who saved him was a demon. In the eyes of the world, he was a cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil great demon. From that day onwards, Chin Chu understood that the people of the world had a deep misunderstanding of the devil. However, he was powerless because he was a weak and lowly ant whose life was in the hands of others. He cried as he finished the bowl of mutton soup. Not even the chopped green onions were left. Then he returned the bowl to the great demon, kowtowed 9 times, and turned to leave. However, when Ryu asked him if he was willing to cultivate with her, Chin Chu cried and wailed. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed until he passed out from exhaustion. When he woke up, he was already in the mountain village. His 6 teachers treated him very well. He gradually came to know that his masters had a great enemy, the #1 expert of the Shenzhou continent. On the other hand, the honorable masters lived in the mountain village. Although they seemed to be free and unrestrained, wasn't it also a kind of forced? Chin Chu swore that one day he would fulfill his master's great wish and return freedom to them and the world. And today, this was the second time he had felt warmth and trust from someone else. His emotions began to break down uncontrollably. He was enemies with the world. Even the first elder of the immortal sect, who had an old relationship with his master, wanted to kill him. Only Lord Ling Xiao believed in him. Beep. The chosen one is deeply moved by the villain. Congratulations, host, for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Xiao's lips curled up. Chin Chu couldn't die. He still needed to use him to open the hearts of the 6 great demons. As for why he schemed against him before the Battle of the Heavenly Lake, of course, it was because Ling Xiao had never thought of asking him to enter the Heavenly Lake, because there was another good show going on there. Feng Rouge, look at how surprised you are. I like how you look like someone who has never seen the world. Don't worry, I'll make you cry soon. Saint, don't be fooled by him. He's a demon, a true demon. Feng Yuanyang frowned. He had promised Wen Ruyu that he would take care of Chin Chu, but the junior he wanted to take care of was definitely not a cruel and bloodthirsty demon. Chin Chu's actions had crossed his bottom line. He was an old friend of the 6 demons and the first elder of the immortal mystic sect. How could he explain to the 8 tribes if he let this demon go? Time was indeed a wonderful thing. If one was in position for a long time, they would no longer have freedom. All they thought about was the people of the world, not old relationships. This was probably the so-called immortal of the righteous Tao. Oh, Elder Feng, why do you think he's a demon? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at the excited Feng Yuanyang in surprise. I've already caught him red-handed. What's there to hesitate about? Of course, even if Feng Yuanyang knew Chin Chu's identity, he didn't dare to expose him. However, letting the demon return to the mountain would cause endless trouble in the future. It's too much of a coincidence. Tonight, I'm discussing the Tao with the young masters of the 8 tribes and invited Chin Chu to go with me. As long as he has some brains, he wouldn't kill at this time. So, most likely someone wants to frame him. I'll find out the real culprit and give the 8 tribes an explanation. First Elder, you don't need to say anything more. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Feng Yuanyang, instantly making him swallow the words he was about to say. Compared to the 6 great demons, he was clearly more wary of this holy son. It wasn't worth offending him. But Saint, you're too naive. Haven't you ever thought that he had predicted your prediction and made his move at this moment? Saint, you're right. However, since Ling Xiao had said that he was looking for the true demon, it would be rude for him to say anything more. In the end, under everyone's confused gazes, Ling Xiao took the lead and walked toward the distant hall. Behind him, Qin Chu clenched his fists and followed closely. The world was as cold as ice, but the young master was warm and comfortable. In fact, at this moment, Qin Chu already had the intention to lay his cards on the table with Ling Xiao. Young master, I'm a demon, but I'm not a demon who kills people. Interesting. In the crowd, Phoenix Rouge looked at the two figures gradually walking away, a profound look flashing in her beautiful eyes. The children of destiny were indeed arrogant and prideful, tainted by karma everywhere. This Qin Chu must be hiding an unspeakable secret, but Ling Xiao was protecting him. From Feng Yuanyang's attitude, Phoenix Rouge already had a guess. It was highly likely that the first elder knew about Qin Chu's background. Otherwise, with his majesty as the God Emperor, how could he make irresponsible remarks and insist that Qin Chu was a devil? Interesting. Calculating the time, the letter she sent to the Million Ghost sect should be arriving soon, right? She had already investigated CI, or his identity. This girl's surname was Gu, and she had a great background. Heavenly Lake Battle? Haha. Was it going to become the Demon Extermination Conference? Of course, even if she miscalculated this step and that demonic woman didn't fall in love with Chen Qingshan, Phoenix Rouge wouldn't lose anything. At most, she would slowly feed the poison. No, I have to return to the 7th summit and ask Junior Brother about the details of his relationship with Gu Ge. If it's fate, these two must have experienced a complicated plot before they fell in love. Chapter 646. Saint, thank you for today. In the main hall, Qin Chu suddenly took a deep breath and bowed to Ling Xiao. At this moment, there was still a touch of gratitude on his face. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had struck a chord in his heart with today's situation. What a joke! What did a young man who had not appeared for more than 10 years and lived in seclusion with the 6 great demons lack the most? Freedom? Love? None of those. What he lacked was recognition among his peers. After all, his master was an elder. Even if he praised and cared for the young man, there was still a trace of emotion. Of course, his own child was the best. It was easier to feel a sense of accomplishment when one was recognized by their peers. Qin Chu was not dead now, not because of his admiration for Ling Xiao. It was because his value was not as simple as plundering luck. From the first day Ling Xiao entered Nanjiang, he had already thought of a way to deal with the first oracle. This oracle had always been mysterious and had never shown his true face to others, other than the Divine Master. No one in the Saint Church had ever seen his true appearance. However, his strength was recognized by the entire Saint sect. He was the strongest person below the Divine Master. Even with Ling Xiao's current foundation, he was not confident that he could deal with a 9th-grade Divine Emperor. However, now that the 4 oracles were guarding one border each, it was the best time to kill them. If they missed this opportunity, when the 3 of them returned to Zhongjiang, things would become much more troublesome. The 6 demons were peerless powerhouses who had survived the Divine Master. After living in seclusion for 100 years, their injuries should have recovered by now. In this case, it was not impossible to make use of them. Swordsmen are not good at lying. Ling Xiao shook his head. His gaze was like a sword, and a sharp vortex seemed to gather around him, cutting the space into pieces. That's right, I am a demon, but I didn't kill them. Qin Chu clenched his fists and looked at Ling Xiao sincerely. Today, Saint, you saved my life. There are some things I don't want to hide from you, so as not to cause you unnecessary trouble. At this point, Qin Chu no longer had any worries. Ling Xiao was right. Sword cultivators were not good at lying. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to their Dao hearts. Of course, he would never have imagined that there were sword cultivators in this world who didn't need to cultivate and could directly plunder the sword Dao laws of others. F asterisk CK. Oh. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Chu with interest. Little leak, I haven't even started to trick you, and you're already coming clean? Should I say that you are naive, or should I praise my own acting skills? Holy Sun, I came from a demonic sect and cultivated demonic arts. This is the first time I've entered the world. Qin Chu has never killed the innocent, nor have I done anything to disappoint Jianxin. Qin Chu took a deep breath, put his hands together, and pointed to the sky. I, Qin Chu, swear on my sword heart that if I lie in any of my words, let my soul scatter and never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Demons are carefree and don't like to be restrained. Throughout history, the famous demon lords and demon lords weren't all murderers. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised by Qin Chu's demonic body. I heard that in the prehistoric times, there was a white-haired demon lord who once killed his family and himself. He defeated the heavens in one battle, and his soul returned to the Taiching sect. Such a demon deserves to be revered by all generations. Wait, what? Holy Sun. Qin Chu froze on the spot and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, a sincere smile bloomed on his face. What did I say? I've already said that the Lingxiao saint and I will definitely become like-minded and bosom friends. Listen, the Holy Sun was able to say such touching words. How could he be restrained by the Holy Church? Yes, the world said that the Holy Church had reached a point where they couldn't tolerate demons. But Holy Sunling Xiao was different from the world. Such a person should stand at the top of the world and command all the worlds. No, I must fight against the heavens with Holy Sunling Xiao, reverse the world, and become a legend for all eternity. Beep. The destined sun overthought and showed signs of death. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Now, I'm just the holy son of the Holy Church and can't change the world's prejudice. I hope that Brother Qin can be a good demon in the future and become a role model for the world. I believe that a senior who can teach a disciple like Brother Qin can't be an ordinary demon. I wonder if I'll have a chance to meet that senior in the future. Ling Xiao sighed, and Qin Chu's face showed a touch of pride. Yes, my 6 masters are all carefree people. If Holy Sun wants, I can take you back to the mountain village to meet them. But Qin Chu suddenly smiled bitterly. Forget it, let's wait for a while. I'll go back and tell them, and then I'll ask Holy Sun to visit them. My 6 masters have always been hostile to the Holy Church. 6 masters? Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised. Brother Qin, your 6 masters can't be the 7 demons who once dominated the Xingzhou, right? Qin demon, chess demon, saber demon, book demon. Seniors, Holy Sun, you know our masters' names. At this moment, Qin Chu's face became more and more surprised. However, Ling Xiao suddenly nodded with a gloomy expression. More than that, if you're really the disciple of the 6 demons, then you should know. Saber demon, saber wombing, right? Of course. It's just that Saber Master has been dead for many years. Back then it was your holy church. There are some things that I can't tell you now. It won't be too late to tell you when I meet the 6 senior demons in the future. Brother Qin, stay here with peace of mind. I'll find the real culprit who killed the 8 young masters as soon as possible and clear your name. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Chu meaningfully. Qin Chu looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't ask. There was a secret. There was a secret in Ling Xiao's expression. No wonder the Holy Master had said that not everyone in the Holy Church was sanctimonious. Although the Divine Master was domineering and powerful, there were still people in the Holy Church who were worthy of respect. Could it be that the Holy Sun Ling Xiao was also an old friend of the 6 masters? But how old was he? It seemed that he had to inform his masters as soon as possible and find a time to meet them. After Ling Xiao's figure disappeared, Qin Chu took out a voice transmission talisman, quietly walked to a corner and lit it up. Holy Master, it's Chuer. Chuer, what happened? Soon, when Ryu's voice came from the other end of the voice transmission talisman. Holy Master, I met a young master who is the holy son of the Holy Church. He seems to know Saber Master. Holy Master? Chuer, where are you? I'm in the Immortal Mystic sect. Today, someone deliberately tried to harm me. If it wasn't for the holy Sunling Xiao, I'm afraid I would have died. Even that great elderling, Xiao, threatened to kill me. Holy Master, holy Sunling Xiao wants to see you. Qin Chu said, truthfully, but the great demon fell into silence again. After a while he said in a deep voice, Chuer, don't talk too much with him for now. I need to discuss with your other masters before making a decision. Yes, Holy Master. Chapter 647. The ancient village on Green Mountain was covered by clouds and spiritual light. The great demon stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the ancient painting hanging on the wall. At this moment, there was a rare tenderness on his face. To be honest, when Qin Chu mentioned the Saint of the Saint, he felt that there was something fishy going on, but he couldn't figure it out. If Ling Xiao was really the Saint of the Saint and Chuer fell into his hands, he must have a way to pry open his soul and investigate everything. But not only did he not do that, but he also saved Chuer's life and deliberately mentioned the Saber Demon. When the Saber Demon died, a wisp of his remnant soul was still there. When Ryu had guessed that he either escaped or fell into the hands of the saint, or the latter was more likely to happen, until a few days ago, when the last wisp of the Saber Demon's remnant soul was extinguished, when Ryu still felt uneasy. After all, the Saber Demon knew too many of their secrets. However, since the saint couldn't find Nanjiang, it meant that the Saber Demon didn't betray them and wasn't controlled by the Divine Master, at least not in the past 100 years. But the Saint of the Saint suddenly came here. Could it be related to this matter? In the past 100 years, when Ryu missed the woman in the painting all the time, although he knew that meeting the Saint of the Saint was a great risk, with the Divine Master's ruthlessness, this was very likely a way to lure the snake out of its hole. But he didn't want to miss any opportunity to know about Miss Yi. Therefore, he decided that he would meet the holy son of the sacred sect alone. At the same time, he would meet Feng Yuanyang. You dare to kill my Wenryu's disciple? Is it because I can't hold the saber, or is it because you, the first elder of the immortal mystic sect, have you become arrogant? Ah, a person's heart would indeed change. Finally, when Ryu picked up a pen and paper, left a message and disappeared. In the main hall, Ling Xiao was hidden in the void, coldly looking down at Qin Chu with a trace of a smile on his face. He had expected that this disciple of the 6 demons would definitely send a message to the great demons. However, from the great demon's words, he was very cautious. However, now that Qin Chu was in his hands, even if the great demon was wary of the saint sect and didn't care about the dead Saber Demon. However, Qin Chu was their only hope for the past 100 years. If he died, all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Ling Xiao guessed that the great demon would most likely appear in front of him with another identity. Naturally, a gambler's gaze would not be limited to just one piece. Qin Chu's role was probably equivalent to a bait. This was an open conspiracy, when Ryu had no other choice. Immortal Mystic Sect, 7th Peak. Phoenix Rouge sat upright and looked at Chun Qingshan coldly. Little junior brother, tell me all the details of your encounter with that witch. Although Phoenix Rouge felt that this ordinary junior brother seemed to be a destined person, she had also found out about Guxiai, or his identity. However, the more she interacted with Ling Xiao, the more she didn't feel close to him. Instead, she felt even more fearful of him. That young man was calm and ruthless. He seemed gentle and refined, but Phoenix Rouge always inadvertently saw the evil in him. She was getting more and more confused. She realized that she couldn't see through Ling Xiao at all. He didn't seem like a destined person. He was more like a villain who could kill the destined person. Senior sister, can you stop calling her a witch? Actually, I realized that demonic cultivators aren't necessarily bad people, Qin Qingshan muttered softly. However, Phoenix Rouge suddenly raised her hand, scaring him into taking a few steps back. I'll talk. And I met at the nether stream in the Wangui Mountain, hearing Chen Qingshan's emotional speech. Phoenix Rouge's originally tense heartstrings gradually relaxed. So, what you mean is that when the two of you were trapped in the nether stream, you were already doomed. However, you accidentally found the inheritance of a great demon? Yes, but I'm not interested in that inheritance. Senior sister, don't worry. I know my own identity. Chen Qingshan nodded with a serious expression. The delicate and fair face of a young girl gradually appeared in his mind. So, what you mean is that Gu Xiai accepted the inheritance of that ancient great demon and opened the ruins. That's why the two of you were able to escape danger. Phoenix Rouge nodded slightly. It couldn't be wrong. These two ants fell into the place where the ancient great demon had fallen. Not only did they not die, but they also obtained the inheritance. If one said that the two of them didn't have luck, would one believe it? Moreover, since ancient times, if a righteous disciple fell in love with a demonic girl, the disciple would most likely become a demon. As for that demonic girl, she would most likely die. However, how could she cleverly make the two of them fight Ling Xiao? Phoenix Rouge fell into deep thought. Gu Xiai had most likely fallen into the trap. Next, it was time to test her acting skills. Senior sister? When Chen Qingshan's voice reached her ears, Phoenix Rouge frowned and looked coldly at the young man in front of her. Little junior brother, don't tell me you're still hiding some secrets from me? Senior sister. Chen Qingshan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Phoenix Rouge's heart suddenly trembled. As expected, this little bastard was indeed hiding secrets. Senior sister, I have a secret. I don't know if I should tell you. I've already told you about the poison technique that I'm cultivating. What are you still worried about? Phoenix Rouge guided Chen Qingshan. It was a trap. Of course, one had to understand it thoroughly in order to set it up ingeniously. How could the chosen one not have a cheat? I realized that this goldenrod of mine can suck blood. Phoenix Rouge lowered her head and looked at the goldenrod tightly held in Chen Qingshan's hand. She pondered for a moment. How did you discover it? That day in the Netherworld stream, there were many demonic beasts. With CIR and my cultivation level, we were no match for those demonic beasts, but Qin Qingshan's eyes flashed with fear. It was obvious that what happened that day had left a shadow in his heart. Actually, ever since he returned to the mountain, Chen Qingshan had thought of throwing the golden rod away. However, no matter where he threw it, he would always see it next to his pillow the next day when he woke up. In the end, Qin Qingshan gave up. Moreover, this golden rod only acted a little strangely when he was on the brink of death. Normally, it was just an ordinary spiritual treasure. Even his master did not notice it. It would be even more difficult for others to notice it. I see. Phoenix Rouge's beautiful face suddenly bloomed with a radiant smile. Then she took out a heaven-earth bag and took out a few pills. She handed them to Qin Qingshan, and her expression became inexplicably serious. Junior brother, I used to teach you not to fight with others because I was worried that you would get hurt. However, this battle for the Heavenly Lake is the time for us to fight for the dignity of the seventh peak and our master. I don't want to be looked down upon again, and I don't want our master to be looked down upon again. So, Phoenix Rouge took a deep breath. Let us fight for the glory of the seventh peak together. Chapter 648. Senior sister? Chen Qingshan looked at Phoenix Rouge in surprise. His eyes were filled with confusion. What's wrong with senior sister today? Did she take the wrong medicine? Junior brother, I understand now. On the path to immortality, we should fight with the heavens, the earth, and the people. As long as we can get a chance to enter the heavenly lake, Master might be happy and will not stop you and Sire from being together. As a transmigrator, wasn't tricking a 15-year-old boy a basic skill? As expected, Qin Qing Shan's eyes lit up when he heard Senior sister, is it true? Master will really allow it. How would you know if you don't try? These pills are called strength pills. Your cultivation is still low, so it won't be easy for you to break out of the encirclement. Don't worry. If you meet someone you can't defeat, just eat one. I have plenty of them here. Thank you, senior sister. Qin Qing Shan bowed, turned around, and skipped out of the courtyard. When the boy was far away, Phoenix Rouge's eyes flashed with coldness. That pill could indeed increase one's strength, but it had a side effect. It would make the person crazy and lose their mind. Previously, she used Qin Qing Shan's tone to send a letter to Gu Xi, in the Thousand Ghost Mountain, saying that a demon had appeared in the immortal mystic sect. He felt uneasy and wanted to get rid of the sect's restrictions to go down the mountain to look for her. If that girl was really tempted, she would definitely come to the immortal mystic sect and take Qin Qing Shan away. At that time, she would definitely not come alone. There would definitely be experts following her from the Thousand Ghost Mountain. The Thousand Ghost Mountain was now the leader of the southern border's demon sections. Their leader was called Gu Zhen. Do you understand? Ling Xiao, as the saint of the sacred sect, must kill any demon he sees. In this way, Feng Rouge only needed to secretly push him, and she would be able to make him fight that young girl from the devil sect. Junior brother, don't blame me. With your model, your girlfriend will definitely die. It's the same no matter who kills her. I hope you won't disappoint me. I don't want to either. It's just that Ling Xiao's identity is really making me unable to eat or sleep in peace. A night passed in the blink of an eye. As dawn descended, the originally silent immortal mystic sect instantly became lively. In front of the hall at the top of the mountain, there were countless green stone battle platforms. To the people of the southern border, today was an extremely solemn day. The human race would select geniuses and battle the geniuses of the sea region. In the end, they would be qualified to enter the heavenly lake. This was a good fortune, but it was also a special honor. At the end of the day, those who were not of the same race were natural enemies. Especially the various tribes of the Southern Territory, they were frequently harassed by the oceanic clans, and all of them had resentment in their hearts. On the battle stage, life and death were determined by fate. Killing him would not form any karma. On the square, the celestial mystic sect master, Helion Shan, as well as a group of celestial sect elders and peak lords, sat upright and still, looking at the distant battle stage. There were a total of 200 human disciples participating in the Heavenly Lake contest. There were 4 rounds in total. The corresponding opponents would be decided by drawing lots. At the same time, Ling Xiao walked out of the hall and looked up at the sky. The bright sun hung high in the blue sky. However, for some reason, a layer of dark clouds gathered under the sunlight. It seems that today's competition won't be very peaceful. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His eyes were clear as he turned to look at Qin Chu. You too, look after young Master Qin. Yes, young master. Han Qingqiu and Hua Hua nodded slightly and glared at Qin Chu. If it weren't for him, they would be able to follow young master to watch this grand event of the southern border. However, Qin Chu was not one of them, so Ling Xiao naturally would not let him know the secret of the realm. It was safer to stay in the hall with Han Qingqiu and Hua Hua guarding. Moreover, as long as Ling Xiao obtained the so-called Heavenly Lake quota, it would be easy for him to bring anyone in. Lord Ling Xiao, I wish you to soar to the sky and be as high as the heavens. Qin Chu looked a little disappointed. Today was supposed to be the day he became famous in the southern border. However, he was framed by someone and was confined to this place. However, it was not important. Now that young master and I know each other, I don't care about the fortune of the heavenly lake and the reputation of the world. Buzz. However, just as Ling Xiao took a step forward and was about to walk towards the square, the divine master's holy token in his soul suddenly buzzed. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and instantly appeared in the realm. Then he took out the divine token. Where is the saint now? A deep and solemn voice came from the token. Ling Xiao's face inexplicably showed a trace of confusion. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Immortal mystic sect. I have already entered the sea and am investigating the traces of the Sea Emperor. If you need anything, you can call me back at any time. So it's the first divine envoy. A figure with a golden mask appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. To be honest, among the 4 divine envoys of the Saint sect, the only one that Ling Xiao was afraid of was the first divine envoy, because he was simply too mysterious. He was so mysterious that even the other 3 divine envoys did not know his identity. The more secretive a person was, the bigger the secret he was hiding. No need. Divine envoy, you can investigate the sea tribe at ease. I have already seen the whereabouts of the great demon of southern border. If you appear now, you will alert the enemy. Okay. Only when there was no more fluctuation from the token did Ling Xiao keep it in his soul and appear at the peak of the immortal, mystic mountain. But at this moment his eyes were still filled with confusion. A very familiar voice. Where have I heard it before? A layer of immortal mist covered his face. Ling Xiao took a step forward and disappeared from the spot, regardless of who the mysterious first divine envoy was. After all, he would not appear in southern border for a while. In this way, Ling Xiao would have enough time to set up the chessboard and then surround and kill him. Boundless sea domain, thousands of miles away. A golden-robed figure stood in the depths of the sea domain with his hands behind his back. There was also a trace of confusion in his eyes. Why did the saint's voice sound so familiar? Immortal mystic sect in front of the main hall. Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky. His white clothes were untainted, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. Behind him, there seemed to be auspicious clouds floating in the sky. The sound of Tao could be heard. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot up into the sky, dispersing the layer of dark clouds under the bright sun. Look, it's the Saint Ling Xiao. The saint is so handsome. I really want to accompany the saint and travel the world. The saint is looking at me. The saint is looking at me. Beside Phoenix Rouge, a female immortal sect disciple was trembling. Her face was flushed red. In just an instant, she had reached the peak of her life. I can't take it anymore. The entire square was in jubilation because of Ling Xiao's arrival. In front of the main hall, Helian Shan and the others stood upright and bowed. Greetings, Saint. Let's begin. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was not a trace of arrogance on his face. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the immortal sect's powerhouses, he lifted his leg and walked toward the battle platform where the battle tokens were drawn. Saint, you. Helian Shan's eyes narrowed. He looked surprised. My lord Saint, what are you trying to do? With your status, the Shengzhou belongs to your family. Is a mere opportunity in the heavenly lake worthy of you fighting for it? I'll directly give you the first place in the competition. Isn't it simple and happy? Damn. Chapter 649. I will participate in this competition and witness the glory of the southern border prodigies. Ling Xiao's tone was gentle, and his body was full of Taoist rhymes. There was a gust of wind in the mountains, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal, and there was an indescribable sense of transcendence. However, the moment Ling Xiao finished speaking, the entire square was filled with thunderous applause. Clap, clap, clap. Great! Saint, you are fair. Did you see that? This is our beloved Lord, Holy Son. He could have been invincible with his identity, but he chose to prove himself in the fairest way. What is there to say? Lord Ling Xiao is righteous and righteous. He is indeed the light of the Shenzhou continent and the pillar of righteousness. However, God, please don't let me draw the saint. I am not afraid of losing. I just want to represent my race against the prodigies of the sea region. Damn! Sensing the awe in the eyes of the surrounding prodigies, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Reputation was something that could be accumulated over time. Everyone's words helped to build the young master's reputation. I, Ling Xiao, am the light of the Shenzhou continent illuminating the land. Compared to the notoriety that the world couldn't tolerate, a villain naturally had to learn how to protect himself when he was outside. But at this moment, the elder in charge of drawing lots had a troubled expression on his face. Originally, Ling Xiao was not participating, and the 200 disciples were just enough to draw lots. However, with the addition of Ling Xiao, how were 201 disciples supposed to compete? Why don't we put in an empty lot? Whoever draws it will have a bye in the first round and the second round. They can compete in the third round. The two elders gathered together and discussed in a low voice. That makes sense. The disciples walked onto the platform one after another, drew lots, and then retreated to the edge of the square. Who is the disciple who drew the empty lot in the first round? One of the white-haired elders in green robes swept his gaze across the crowd and asked in a deep voice. The disciples looked at each other and shook their heads slightly as they looked at the number on the lot in their hands, until a timid voice suddenly came from the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I think it's me. Qin Shan looked up and raised the empty bamboo lot in his hand with a look of surprise. Little junior brother. Beside him, Phoenix Rouge's eyes narrowed slightly, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a subtle smile. There was no mistake. If he wasn't the son of destiny, how could he have such good luck? 200 people drew lots, and only you got an empty lot. Junior brother. Bloom. F***CK. Isn't this the trash from the 7th summit, Qin Shan? It's him. His luck is too heaven-defying. Lucky bastard. If it wasn't for the fact that we had a bye in the first round, I would have beaten the shit out of him. Oh, dare I ask, senior brother, what realm are you at? First grade, divine general. Hearing the discussion coming from the square, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. From the very beginning, he knew that Qin Shan was a heavenly mandate. However, from the beginning to the end, he could not figure out who this model was. However, the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. Long staff, trash, martial arts competition by? Have you thought of it? If that's the case, there might be a big change in today's martial arts competition. Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a smile as he suddenly had an idea. Originally, he was still thinking about how to harvest this little leek. However, when he thought of his model, Ling Xiao realized that this leek was far from mature. The celestial mystic sect was probably only the beginning of his immortal path. On the 10 direction battle platform, 20 people will fight in order. Remember, you're not allowed to deliberately kill others, but swords have no eyes. It's not a sin to die on the battle platform. The celestial mystic sect master, Helian Shan, shouted loudly. 10 elders stood on each of the 10 direction battle platforms. The southern border geniuses went up the battle platform according to the order of the lot. Ling Xiao looked at the lot in his hand and stepped out, instantly appearing on the 7th battle platform. Look, it's the son of Destiny Ling Xiao. Countless disciples gathered below the battle platform, waving flags and shouting, trying to attract the son of Destiny's attention. Damn, it can't be right. I'm actually so honored to fight the son of Destiny. In the crowd, a disciple wearing a long robe smiled bitterly. He stepped onto the battle platform and bowed to Ling Xiao. Son of Destiny, get ready. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. However, the disciple suddenly shook his head. Son of Destiny, it's already my greatest honor to be able to see your immortal face at such a close distance. How would I dare to draw my sword against you? Son of Destiny, I have a presumptuous request. What's the matter? Ling Xiao smiled gently, giving people a feeling of a spring breeze. Can I ask you to give me an autograph? The celestial mystic sect disciple walked up to Ling Xiao and asked expectantly. I don't have a pen and paper. It's fine. Seeing that Ling Xiao agreed, the disciple suddenly took out a short dagger and stabbed it into his thigh. Young master, use this. Damn. Shameless. Seeing this scene, waves of angry curses came from below the battle platform. In particular, some of the prides had a hint of jealousy in their eyes. In the end, when the celestial mystic sect disciple hopped off the battle platform, the battle had completely come to an end. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Phoenix Rouge on the battle platform in the distance, with a smile on his face. Junior Sister Rouge, I'm a disciple of the first peak. My name is Zhu Dachong. I hope Junior Sister will show mercy. Sure. Waves of boos came from below the battle platform. Senior Brother Zhu, are you having a battle or making friends? Shameless. I've never seen such a shameless person. Many disciples looked at the graceful figure in black standing on the battle platform with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Although Phoenix Rouge was the first disciple of the seventh peak, she had never left the mountain in the past 10 years. Therefore, to ordinary disciples, this senior sister was not only mysterious, but also beautiful. There were bootlickers everywhere. Needless to say, bootlickers. However, Phoenix Rouge had no intention of competing. At this moment, she only wanted to quickly exchange a few blows with this senior brother Zhu and then pretend to be defeated so that she could report to her master. Staying out of the battle and watching the fire from the other side was the self-cultivation of a villain. Senior brother Zhu, get ready. Wait, junior sister, I heard that Holy Sun Ling Xiao has been going to the seventh peak frequently these few days. Is this rumor true? At the mention of Ling Xiao, a hint of fear appeared on Zhu Dachong's face. Senior brother Zhu, if you don't get ready, I'm going to make a move. Phoenix Rouge frowned slightly, and her eyes were filled with annoyance. Zhu Dachong, you're still a Zhu Dachong. Look, Holy Sun Ling Xiao is here. However, just as Phoenix Rouge was about to attack, there was a sudden commotion below the battle platform. Then, everyone saw a handsome silhouette in a white robe walking over from afar. On his peerless face there was a faint smile. His eyes were warm and calm, revealing an inexplicable emotion. However, he was only looking at Phoenix Rouge from the beginning to the end. Gulp. Junior Sister Feng. Be careful. On the battle platform, Zhu Dachong suddenly shouted angrily. He unsheathed the long sword in his hand and instantly shattered the void. Good timing. However, in the face of such an attack, Phoenix Rouge did not panic at all. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Finally, he could openly hide in the shadows. Chapter 650. Buzz. The sound of a sword resonated between heaven and earth. Everyone looked at the divine sword that slashed down from the sky with shock in their eyes. Zhu Dachong looked wretched, but his strength was not bad. He was an 8th grade divine general. However, they did not know if junior sister Phoenix, who had never appeared before, could withstand this attack. Boom! Spiritual light flowed around Phoenix Rouge's body. It turned into a seal wheel and pressed down on the sword. However, just as Phoenix Rouge was about to vomit blood and pretend to be defeated, Poochie! However, senior brother Zhu was one step ahead of her and fell off the battle stage. What the F***? CK. Phoenix Rouge's mouth opened slightly. After a long pause, she cursed under her breath. Shameless. This! Below the stage, many of the spectating disciples were also stunned. In the blink of an eye, they understood what happened. Senior brother Zhu is very dramatic. In the past few days, Holy Sun Ling Xiao liked to visit the seventh peak whenever he had nothing to do. Even a blind person could tell that he was not there to look for that trash Qinqing Shan, let alone those with discerning eyes. Since Feng Ru Ge was someone that the Holy Sun had taken a liking to, if they were to hit her, wouldn't they offend the Holy Sun if they hurt her? If he did not fight, it would be too deliberate. Use the strongest attack and vomit the most blood. Senior brother Zhu Dachang, I am willing to call you the most wretched. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Zhu Dachang, who was crawling up from the ground, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He completely understood Phoenix Rouge's temperament. This woman of destiny always felt that she had transmigrated into the body of a villain. Therefore, her wretchedness was to avoid karma and cultivate in seclusion. However, if you hide on the mountain every day, what can I use to steal your luck and exploit your value? Come out and walk more. Who knows, maybe you will transmigrate back. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, 101 disciples were left from the 201. The second round of drawing lots began. As expected, the disciple who was eliminated was still Qinqing Shan. Suddenly, the entire square was filled with a clamor. Such luck was indeed something to be envious of. Only Ling Xiao and Phoenix Rouge remained calm. Those who were destined by the heavens were blessed by luck. Although Phoenix Rouge had more luck than Qinqing Shan, it was obvious that Qinqing Shan was the main character in the current dungeon storyline. Haha, junior brother Su Yunzi, your little disciple is quite lucky. Many immortal sect elders had mocking looks on their faces. They looked at the thin and weak figure standing in the square with disdain. A disciple who had not even reached the Paong stage had actually entered the second round of the martial arts competition. If this news were to spread, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Ling Xiao's opponent still surrendered without a fight. Most of the southern border geniuses in the immortal mystic sect had seen the scene of Ling Xiao slaying Qinyu. What a joke! This saint could even kill an ancient demon soul with a single strike. What did they have to compete with the saint? A dog head? Below the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Rouge with a calm expression. This time, Phoenix Rouge had learned her lesson. Whenever the opponent attacked, she pretended to be defeated and flew out of the stage. But just as the immortal sect elder announced the start of the martial arts competition, a burly southern border genius was sent flying out without even making a move. What a terrifying method! Junior Sister Rouge can actually injure people with her aura. Pucci. Phoenix Rouge stood on the stage with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. F***CK. Are these people trying to make things difficult for me? I just want to be an outsider. Is it so difficult? As expected, as long as one had karma with the destined by the heavens, as a villain, their ending would be miserable. Perhaps the Heavenly Eye Lake was a fortune to the people of the world, but to Phoenix Rouge it was a fatal abyss. And now, she seemed to be walking towards that abyss step by step. In the end, Phoenix Rouge took a deep look at Ling Xiao and retreated to the side. On the immortal Mystic Mountain, the martial arts competition was in full swing. However, in the forest at the foot of the mountain, countless figures suddenly walked out. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in black. There was an obvious scar on his face, but it was covered with ghost tattoos, which made him look extremely ferocious. Beside him, 3 men and women in different clothes stood with their hands behind their backs. There was a touch of arrogance on their faces. Mountain Lord, your plan is brilliant. Among them, a middle-aged beautiful woman in a red robe smiled charmingly. Her body was surrounded by a charming aura, which seemed to be able to turn all living things upside down. That's right. I'm afraid that old man Hellion would never dream that we would choose to attack the mountain at this time. Another dark-skinned old man in a green robe with a walking stick in his hand snorted coldly. His eyes were as sinister as a snake's. "Ha ha, immortal mystic sect, suppressed my demon sect for 100 years and killed countless of my disciples. Now that all 4 of us have gathered, we will definitely let that old man Hellion know our pain back then." The remaining white-robed, middle-aged man had a gentle expression, but his words were filled with strong resentment. "The 3 of you, we will have to rely on you to attack immortal mystic sect this time." The black-robed man smiled faintly. His eyes were deep, and there seemed to be ghostly intent flowing between them. "Mountain Lord, what are you saying? Immortal mystic sect destroyed my demon sect and killed my disciples, causing us to live in seclusion for 100 years. Thanks to Mountain Lord's great talent and vision, we were able to revive the demon sect. Now that we have joined forces to destroy immortal mystic sect, it can be considered as taking revenge for the tens of thousands of disciples of demon sect. The demon god will bless us." The green-robed old man smiled sinisterly. Destroying immortal mystic sect was fake, but seizing the Heavenly Eye Lake's fortune was real. Currently, their cultivations had all reached a bottleneck. If they could take this opportunity to step out of the shackles, even if the Saint sect wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. As for the life and death of ordinary disciples, who would care? "We don't have much time. When the sun sets, we will attack immortal mystic sect. Then we will occupy the Heavenly Eye Lake for 3 days. When the Sea Clan descends or the Saint sect notices, we will have already returned to the old site of the sect. I am afraid that even if the divine envoy comes personally, it will be difficult for him to break the great sect protecting array of Netherworld Stream." The 1,000 Ghost Mountain Lord nodded and smiled. He attacked immortal Mystic Mountain not only for the fortune of Heavenly Eye Lake. There was a more important reason. A few days ago, a disciple of 1,000 Ghost Mountain suddenly sent a letter to Gusaer. This plan was planned by the 1,000 Ghost Mountain's young master, Gusaer. Based on his understanding of his daughter, what she really cared about was the righteous disciple who fell into the demon stream with her a few days ago. It seemed like his name was Qin Qingshan. Of course, as the master of a sect, 1,000 Ghost Mountain Lord Guzhen was not a person who would act based on his emotions. He had another reason for attacking immortal Mystic Mountain. Guzhen's cultivation had already reached the peak of 7th grade Divine Emperor. However, the drawbacks of demon path cultivation techniques were undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The faster one's cultivation increased, the more terrifying the bottleneck. If one wanted to step into the 8th grade Divine Emperor realm, it would be an extravagant hope to rely solely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, in these years, he had cultivated another demon path cultivation technique. The 1,000 Ghost Mountains taboo cultivation technique, blood demon heaven devouring technique. Since this cultivation technique was regarded as a taboo by the demon path, one could imagine how cruel and tyrannical it was. It required thousands of blood souls to be devoured into one's body to become the sole ruler of the world. In these years, although Guzhen had secretly hunted down the cultivators of Southern Border, once the demon path cultivators appeared, they would definitely be surrounded and killed. Secondly, there were very few people in the southern region to begin with. Cultivating like this was really too slow. Therefore, he needed a massacre. No matter if the ones who died were disciples of the righteous path or demon path, the one who would benefit in the end would still be him. Although the saint of the sacred sect was currently on this immortal mountain, Guzhen had already found out that the divine envoy was not here. Therefore, even if he had to bear some risks, he could not miss this opportunity. When his cultivation reached the 8th grade Divine Emperor realm, even if the divine envoy came personally, it would definitely be difficult to kill him. As for the life and death of ordinary disciples, as long as he did not die, 1,000 Ghost Mountain would not be destroyed. Chapter 651. The Gone Heaven Divine sect was the largest demonic sect in the Shenzhou. There were 4 altars, 5 halls, and 7 gates. However, how could the holy sect allow the demonic sect to exist when they were in control of the world? The arrival of the 4 divine envoys, together with the immortal mystic sect, swept through the southern border and killed close to 100,000 devil Tao disciples. Only then was the southern border's devil Tao completely destroyed. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although the demonic cult had been destroyed, there were still a few demonic Tao experts who managed to escape. They hid in the sea and secretly accumulated strength, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. The 4 leaders of the demonic sects were originally the masters of 3 halls and 1 faction. However, with the destruction of the demonic sect, the 4 of them naturally could no longer stay in the same sect. Each of them roped in their own disciples and established their own forces. Among them, Gujin's myriad ghost mountain was the most prestigious. It was currently the largest devil Tao force in the southern border. Therefore, Gujin was in charge of today's attack. As for the remaining 3 people, the old man was the poison sect's master by Duzi. The beautiful middle-aged woman was the Charm Valley's master, Huayoji. The scholar was the Blood Moon Tower's master, Zhang Jin. Tens of thousands of disciples from the 4 great devil sects gathered here, all for the sake of uprooting the immortal mystic sect, wiping away their previous humiliation. Of course, the 4 leaders of the demon sects each had their own thoughts. Guzhen was there for the hundreds of thousands of blood spirits on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain to cultivate devilish arts. As for the other 3, they all coveted the fortune of the heavenly lake and the foundation of the celestial sect. As for the vengeance of the demonic sect and the humiliation they had suffered in the past, it was just to trick their disciples into giving up their lives. Everyone, rest for a moment and wait for my command. Guing put his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of the mountain peak. There were waves of spiritual power and auspicious clouds there. It was obvious that this martial arts competition was at its climax. Mountain Lord, don't forget what you promised me. At this moment, a young girl in blue suddenly walked out from behind Guzhen. Her face was fair and her beauty was picturesque. However, her bright eyes revealed a faint trace of coldness. Don't worry. If that disciple has the intention to join my sect, I will personally take him as my disciple and guide him carefully. Guing nodded and chuckled. She opened a piece of golden paper in her hand, which detailed the locations of several array formations in the immortal mystic sect. This piece of paper, along with the letter, was sent to the 1,000 Ghost Mountain by the Phoenix Rouge. After all, if one wanted to kill a destined person, one had to pay a price. How many people from immortal mystic sect died? What did that have to do with her? As long as Ling Xiao, the holy son of the sacred sect, died, the karma between the 2 of them would be severed. Most likely, no one in the southern region would care about her, the poison woman, anymore. The world was vast. She just needed to find another place to hide. Furthermore, even if Chun Qingshan later asked about the devil sect's attack on the mountain, she had already thought of an excuse. Immortal Mystic Sect was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. The spirit treasure in little junior brother's hand was strange. Once it was exposed, he would definitely be killed. Now that she had fallen in love with a disciple of the devil sect, she would most likely end up in a situation where the world would not tolerate her. As a senior apprentice sister, she didn't care about the life and death of the others in the immortal sect. But, little junior apprentice brother, I will not allow you to be killed. Of course, I only wanted to ask Sai to come here and secretly take you out of the mountain. Who would have thought that she would lead a group of people to attack the mountain? Pucci. As such, this chess game could be said to be perfect. Even if Ling Xiao was terrifyingly talented and had an invincible aura, he definitely wouldn't have thought that she would dare to use the entire immortal mystic sect as the price to lead the devil up the mountain and slaughter her fellow disciples. As such, chaos had already arisen. Even if Ling Xiao was blessed with providence, don't forget that he was also a person blessed by the heavens. Only by borrowing his hand to kill the holy son of the sacred sect, and sever the karma would there be no more changes to her immortal path. Everything was for the sake of survival. How could a transmigrator have so many emotions? Gusai. Uro bowed slightly and looked into the distance. In her mind, a young, determined, and even somewhat foolish face gradually appeared. That day, she led the disciples of the 1,000-Ghost Mountain to ambush the Righteous Path's people who came to eliminate the Devil Sect. Unexpectedly, she accidentally fell into the Netherworld mountain stream with Chen Qingshan and fell into a dead end, especially when Gu Xi slipped and fell off the cliff. That little disciple of the immortal sect suddenly stretched out his hand and wanted to pull her up. Unexpectedly, he was also pulled into the stream by her. However, the fake and disgusting disciple of the righteous faction in her eyes didn't take her life while she was heavily injured. Even if his cultivation was low like an ant, Gu Xi's bones were already shattered. As long as Chen Qingshan wanted to, he could easily kill her with his hands. However, Gu Xi never dreamed that this little disciple of the immortal mystic sect not only didn't kill her, but also took off his clothes when the demonic beasts in the mountain stream surrounded them. To be honest, at that time Guire was already prepared to shatter her divine soul and commit suicide on the spot. However, something she didn't expect even more happened. Facing several demonic beasts of the Pong realm, the young man actually carried her on his back and used a long robe to tie their bodies together. Then he took out a spiritual treasure and fled into the depths of the mountain stream. For the first time in her life, Gu Xi had such intimate contact with a man. The warmth from her skin made her feel limp and numb. However, Chen Qingshan's cultivation was low, and the Netherworld stream was filled with ghost qi. In the end, the two of them were blocked by the demonic beasts in a deep valley of the mountain stream. At the critical moment, the pure gold long rod in Chen Qingshan's hand suddenly showed its power. When a Powong realm great demonic beast pounced over, it sucked out all of its blood essence and turned it into a pile of bones. From that moment on, Gu Xi realized that she seemed to have underestimated this little disciple of the immortal sect. However, sucking out blood essence was definitely not something a righteous faction person would do. What made Gu Xi even more confused was that Chen Qingshan's face was also filled with shock at that time. He even wanted to throw away that spiritual treasure. Under the Netherworld stream, there were countless demonic beasts. Most of them were demonic beasts that had their minds corroded by ghost qi. Therefore, even if the spiritual treasure in Chen Qingshan's hand was terrifying, the two of them still couldn't see any chance of survival until they accidentally entered an ancient hall in the deepest part of the Netherworld stream. That place was actually the tomb of a peak expert of the Gone Sky Divine Sect. The two of them stayed together for a few days. Gu Xi's injuries gradually recovered. Chen Qingshan was proud of his identity and did not covet the inheritance of the ruins. However, Gu Xi laughed at him for being pedantic and promised him the identity of the young master of the 1,000-Ghost Mountain. She told him not to return to the immortal sect and enter the Ghost Mountain. However, Chen Qingshan sternly rejected her. When Gu Xi received the inheritance in the palace, the two of them discovered the hidden passageway and escaped with their lives. Originally, Gu Xi did not think that she would like this silly disciple of the righteous faction. At most, she felt grateful. However, ever since the two of them separated, she would occasionally think of the skinny figure that carried her on his back and fled. She missed him so much that she could not bear to look back. For the first time in 20 years, Gu Xi understood what it meant to miss someone deeply. Just when she wanted to sneak into the immortal sect to look for Chen Qingshan, she unexpectedly received that letter. In the letter was Chen Qingshan's tone. He said that the saint had arrived and was very suspicious of him. Now that he wanted to leave the immortal sect, he was bound by the rules of the immortal sect. Although Gu Xi felt that the letter was strange, she still decided to persuade her father to attack the immortal sect. After all, Qin Qingshan would most likely participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Lake. Once he exposed the strange power of the spiritual treasure, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. She did not care about the immortal sect, the devil sect, or the thousands of disciples. However, only that silly disciple of the immortal mystic sect could not die. Moreover, Qin Qingshan, since you are not willing to join the devil sect, I will not allow you to join the righteous faction, colluding with the demonic woman to attack the immortal sect. This crime is enough for you to abandon the light and join the dark side. Gu Ci Er's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 652. In front of the ancient forest, demonic shadows flickered. A wisp of demonic light suddenly shot out from the immortal sect that was originally filled with spiritual aura. Qin Yu, take advantage of the Heavenly Lake battle and sneak into the immortal mystic sect to investigate first. When the time comes, cooperate with me. The Thousand Ghost Mountain Master suddenly turned his head and looked at a young man in a black robe beside him. Yes, Mountain Master. The young man named Qin Yu bowed slightly and instantly disappeared on the spot. At this moment, there was no change in his expression. However, there seemed to be a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. Mountain Master, I'll go with Senior Brother Qin Yu. Gu Ci's eyes were clear. She missed Qin Qingshan very much. Moreover, as the legitimate daughter of Guzhen, she had never called him father. No, the disciples of the immortal mystic sect have seen your appearance. Qin Yu has never appeared before. He won't be exposed if he goes. Guzhen shook his head and instantly extinguished the anticipation in the girl's eyes. At the peak of the immortal mystic mountain, the martial arts competition continued. Ling Xiao sat at the side and looked at the group of noobs. He was somewhat bored. In the entire immortal mystic sect, there were only 3 people who truly interested him: Qin Chu, Phoenix Rouge, and Qin Qingshan. Qin Chu was now a turtle in a jar. His luck was almost squeezed dry by Ling Xiao. He was just a bait now. Phoenix Rouge thought that she was standing on the 10th level, but she didn't know that she had mistaken her identity from the beginning. After Ling Xiao's performance, she was even more certain of her thoughts. As a result, she could only hide in the dark and advance blindly according to the script that Ling Xiao had prepared for her. On the other hand, Qin Qingshan's template was gradually becoming clearer. He would most likely be the main character in today's martial arts competition. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, his eyes turned cold. At the end of his vision, a black-robed figure appeared at the edge of the square. Although there was no demonic intent around him, Ling Xiao still smiled faintly. At this moment, the black-robed young man's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Ling Xiao. Then he bowed. Buzz. Ling Xiao stepped out as his silhouette suddenly appeared. At this moment, he didn't look at the black-robed young man. He only transmitted his voice through his divine sense. Are you looking for me? My lord, this subordinate has something important to report. Yes, this black-clothed young man was the current eldest disciple of the myriad Ghost Mountain, Qin Yu, and he was one of the chess pieces that Ling Xiao had placed in the southern territory all those years ago. However, the Thousand Ghost Mountain Master was extremely cautious in this attack. Before he left today, he did not inform the disciples of this matter. Only when everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain did they know that the 4 sects had joined hands to destroy the immortal mystic sect. The matter of Ling Xiao's arrival at the immortal mystic sect, Qin Yu had only just found out when he was at the foot of the mountain. Everyone knew that the saint of the sacred sect was coming to Nanjiang. However, very few people knew the identity of this holy son. Now, in the struggle for the Heavenly Lake, the disciples of the 8 divisions were all in the immortal sect. They had never left the mountain, nor had they spread the news. In fact, if Qin Yu hadn't killed a disciple guarding the mountain and searched his soul, he probably wouldn't have known that this mysterious holy son was actually his lord. My lord, the myriad ghost mountain master has led the 4 great demonic sects and tens of thousands of disciples to the foot of the mountain. They want to take advantage of the struggle for the heavenly lake to destroy the immortal mystic sect in one fell swoop. Qing Yu's voice was low, his tone somewhat inexplicably solemn. Gu Zhan's action was unexpected and indeed hard to predict. No one would have thought that the originally weak southern border demonic sects would actually dare to attack the immortal mystic ancient sect when the heavenly lake appeared. And now that Ling Xiao had descended here as the Holy Sun, he would most likely become the target of public criticism later. Even if Gu Zhen did not send Qing Yu up the mountain just now, he would also take the initiative to open his mouth and come up the mountain to pass on the news. There was no choice. These soul guards were not Ling Xiao's soul slaves. They only left a wisp of divine soul in the hands of overlapping shadow. Therefore, to pass on the news, one could only do it face to face or rely on spirit talismans. Oh, the demonic sects are attacking the mountain? Ling Xiao's brows raised slightly, but his eyes flickered with an inexplicable smile. Indeed, he had long known that this martial arts competition would not be too peaceful. Now that the 4 sects had descended, the fog that shrouded Qinqingshan had completely dispersed. Moreover, my lord, the young master of the 1,000 Ghost sect, seems to be in contact with the immortal mystic sect's disciple, Qinqingshan. The attack this time is precisely because that disciple sent the array diagram to the immortal mystic sect. However, Qing Yu's next sentence caused a trace of surprise to appear between Ling Xiao's brows. Qinqingshan? Sending a message to the demonic sects to attack the mountain? Impossible. Ling Xiao had seen that little disciple of the 7th summit before. He was simple and honest, and was not scheming at all. It was impossible for him to join forces with the demonic sects to scheme against his own sect. And to be able to know that he was in contact with the woman of the demonic sects, it must be someone close to him. Phoenix Rouge. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his head to look at the black-clothed figure on the other side of the square. It was obvious that the Phoenix Rouge should have seen that Qinqingshan was different and guessed that he might be the heavenly mandate. Previously, when Ling Xiao went to the 7th summit, he had already noticed more than once that the Phoenix Rouge had tampered with the tea. It was just that he had never pointed it out and only treated it as giving her an even bigger surprise at the end. Now that she had deliberately lured the demonic sects to attack the mountain, it was actually to kill him. Interesting, bold, and scheming. Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a playful smile. With his current status, once the 4 great demonic sects descended, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. And Qinqingshan would most likely be reunited with the demonic sects today and become someone that the righteous sects would not tolerate. At that time, when he killed the demonic sects, Qinqingshan would probably awaken some of his talents and protect the demonic sections. The Phoenix Rouge only needed to stand afar and watch the storm. And no matter who won or lost in the end, it seemed to have nothing to do with her. As expected of a transmigrator, her temperament and methods were truly terrifying. If it were anyone else, they would have been toyed to death by the Phoenix Rouge. However, the Phoenix Rouge would probably never have dreamed that the person she was dealing with was also a transmigrator. Moreover, the transmigrator was a writer who knew the plot better than her. The sky poison was useless. As for the demonic sects in this world, was there a greater demon than Ling Xiao? Today, the demonic sect's young girl would still die. However, her death would not cause Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao to become enemies. Instead, it would successfully push this heavenly fate to Ling Xiao's side. Stinky brother, are you disappointed? This is the immortal sex that you yearn for. They kill your love and accuse you of being a demon. Don't be afraid. Come to my side. I will bring you to kill all these sanctimonious people. Master, should we go down the mountain now and lie low for a while? Qing Yu's face was gloomy and he was obviously worried. The 4 great demonic sects had tens of thousands of disciples. Even the #1 righteous sect in southern border would not be their match if they were caught off guard. Go down the mountain. Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. If one wanted to cultivate a peerless martial art, they would have to endure unbearable pain. When the demonic sects attack the mountain, isn't it the time for the saint of the sacred sect to show his prowess and the demeanor of the righteous sects? Damn. Chapter 653. You don't have to worry. Just do your own thing. I have my own plans for the rest. Ling Xiao looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about the 4 demon sects at all. I'm the villain. I'm still worrying about how to uproot the immortal mystic sect. Now I'm here to help. Although the 4 demon sects might not be able to destroy the immortal mystic sect. However, the more chaotic the situation was, the better it was for Ling Xiao. First divine envoy, you're going to be busy. Yes, master. Qing Yu bowed, and the worry on his face dissipated. Since master said it was fine, then the 4 demon sects were probably going to walk right into his trap. The last 10 spots will be decided by the 26 geniuses. Now, all disciples will draw lots to battle. Ling Xiao only walked away when the voice of the immortal mystic sect elder came from the battle platform. In the end, his opponent was a youth from the 8 divisions. Moreover, he was a genius from the Tao laws. The Tao of Earth was weak in offense and strong in defense. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the Tao laws of the 5 elements, since he wanted to complete the Tao of world destruction. These geniuses were all nourishment. Phoenix Rouge's opponent was a disciple from the immortal mystic sect. He was a 9th grade divine general and had a delicate appearance. He had personally informed the immortal mystic sect elder to choose him for her. This person was also one of the secret guards and was now a direct disciple of the immortal mystic sect. Ling Xiao glanced at that person from afar, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Cheating depends on who is doing it. Can the saint be considered cheating? Both of them are disciples of the immortal mystic sect. Whoever wins will be guaranteed an extra spot for the immortal mystic sect. The saint is taking care of the immortal mystic sect. This time, I have to lose no matter what. Phoenix Rouge clenched her fists. She had just stepped onto the battle platform when her opponent turned and left. I admit defeat. Phoenix Rouge stood on the battle platform, her mind in a mess. Apart from Ling Xiao, no one knew her cultivation level. Even her master thought she was a 1st grade divine general. But why are you running away? Hey, I can't beat you. The fortune of the Heaven Lake, don't you want it anymore? For some reason, Phoenix Rouge suddenly felt that her luck seemed to be even more heaven-defying than Chun Qingshan's junior brother Tianming. Why were all his opponents actors? However, the more it was like this, the more Phoenix Rouge did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into an invisible trap. Could it be Ling Xiao? But why would he do that? Give me good fortune? To win her favor? No way. I don't want the fortune of the heavenly lake at all. I just want to cultivate peacefully and be an idle fish. Why do you have to put on an act for me? Phoenix Rouge's heavenly poison sacred body was harder to suppress as one's cultivation increased. Now, it was on the verge of erupting. Once she entered the heavenly lake, she would definitely have a breakthrough. At that time, if it weren't for the means that her master had placed on her body, she would have most likely turned around and ran away. Should she ask her master for help? Forget it. After all, the heavenly poison's sacred body was of great importance. Once she told her master, she was afraid that he would clean up the sect without anyone else doing anything. Wait a little longer. Saint. In another arena, Ling Xiao stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. An ancient immortal aura circulated around him. In front of him, a young man with dark skin and a sturdy figure bowed. His eyes seemed to be filled with unswerving determination. He was the young master of the Blackstone tribe, Black Tiger. Compared to Qin Chu and the others, This black tiger was not even a leak. But who would complain about having too many Tao laws? Besides, the food was already at his mouth. If he didn't eat it, wouldn't he be arrogant? As the ancients said, every grain was hard work. At this age, this kid must have eaten a lot. Refuse to waste and start with me. As for the rules of the arena, I'm afraid you're looking down on me. With my strength, I can accidentally kill an immortal general. You don't have a problem with that, right? Not bad. You have the demeanor of a genius from southern border. Make your move. Let me see your strength. Before Black Tiger could speak, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and nodded. His eyes were gentle, and his tone was like a breeze in the mountains. It was very amiable. Saint. Black Tiger's body trembled. If it weren't for his dark face, he would have blushed. The saint is praising me? The saint of the sacred sect, Ling Xiao. He said I'm okay? What kind of honor is this? Look, there are millions of geniuses from southern border. How many of them can catch the saint's eye? Only I, Black Tiger, have this honor. Originally, Black Tiger was ready to surrender. But from what the young master said, he wanted to spar with him. I can't beat him, but I can let the saint see my attitude. Maybe he'll be happy and accept me as a follower, reach the sky in one step. This is the opportunity to reach the sky in one step. To show my respect, I will use my full strength later. Be careful. Ling Xiao's eyes were gentle, and there seemed to be lightning circulating around him. Black Tiger took a deep breath, and the power of Tao instantly surged. Use your full strength to show me respect? Saint, what have I done to deserve such respect from you? Saint, I'm going to attack. Black Tiger's figure suddenly rose into the air as if a real black tiger had descended to earth. He pounced toward Ling Xiao angrily. Below the battle stage, many southern border geniuses looked at Black Tiger with a hint of envy. Being able to exchange blows with a godly genius like the Ling Xiao saint was also a form of training for them. In fact, those with a strong Tao heart and peerless talent could even gain an epiphany during the battle. It was not that the previous few people did not cherish such an opportunity. It was just that the saint's identity was too honorable, and they did not have the courage to challenge him. But now the saint Ling Xiao took the initiative to speak and gave Black Tiger a chance. This Black Tiger was really lucky. How many moves do you think Black Tiger can withstand from the saint Ling Xiao? I suspect you're looking down on the saint. If it were someone else, they might not be able to withstand the saint's attack. But Black Tiger has comprehended the Earth Tao, and his physical defense is extremely strong. I've seen him withstand a full-strength attack from a divine marquis from the Oceanic tribe. Oh, how can the Oceanic tribe's prodigy compare to our saint? I think the saint will defeat him in 2 moves, at least 3 moves. Below the battle stage, there was a wave of discussion. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with extreme sharpness the moment Black Tiger's figure descended. Then everyone was dumbstruck as they watched Ling Xiao stretch out 2 fingers and gently draw a line in the sky. Buzz! The sound of a sword suddenly resounded. A ray of clear light, like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world, quietly bloomed. Thousands of Tao inscriptions spread out like a scroll, instantly filling the entire void. Outside Ling Xiao's body, there were layers of divine shadows that evolved into countless avatars. The clear light flashed and disappeared in an instant. However, Black Tiger's body fell from the sky and fell in front of Ling Xiao. At this time, his eyes were still wide open, but there was no sign of life in his body. Gulp! The peak of the immortal mystic mountain was dead silent. Even the immortal sect elder on the side of the battle stage widened his eyes and did not speak for a long time. Even with his divine large cultivation, he felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. He died just like that? Chapter 654. So weak. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He looked at the immortal sect elder on the side of the battle stage in a daze. He looked a little helpless. However, at this moment, his eyes flashed with a hint of realization. Now that his destiny casting value had reached 20%, it was obvious that he could kill this kind of monster with such little providence. However, he didn't know if he could kill people like Qin Chu and Qin Qingshan, who were recognized by the system as the destiny casting value. Haha, the saint's combat strength has really opened my eyes. The immortal sect elder shook his head and smiled bitterly, although there were rules in the immortal sect. In a fight between peers, one couldn't kill. However, did the Saint Ling Shao kill? He just stretched out 2 fingers and gestured towards the sky. Who knew that the black tiger was so weak that it was killed by the saint? How could this be called killing? Look, the saint didn't even react. It could only be said that the Saint Ling Shao was awesome. The saint is invincible. Too awesome, he didn't even make a move. Is the black tiger too weak, or am I too arrogant? Why do I feel like I can kill him too? Get lost. It's the saint who's too strong. Below the battle stage, thunderous applause and cheers shook the sky. At this moment, all the southern border geniuses looked at Ling Shao with a strong sense of awe. Although everyone knew that the saint was extremely strong, they didn't expect him to be so strong. This didn't seem to be invincible among peers, right? Even some immortal king elders in the immortal mystic sect couldn't kill a young man who had comprehended the earth Tao so easily. Moreover, the black tiger didn't underestimate his opponent and had used all his strength. However, he was still killed by the saint with 2 fingers. In the crowd, Phoenix Rouge's face was cold, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes that couldn't be concealed. She had seen the battle between Ling Shao and Qin Yu, but it wasn't as shocking as today. After all, Qin Yu was the destiny casting value with many trump cards and was protected by the heavenly Tao. However, just now, Ling Shao had killed the young masters of the 8 tribes with only 2 fingers, without even using any spiritual force. Suddenly, Phoenix Rouge felt a tinge of regret. She felt like she was playing with fire. Furthermore, what he was playing with was the spirit flame of the heaven and earth, the kind that could be incinerated into cinders if he was careless. If Ling Shao had not died today, her fate would have been rather miserable. Moreover, Phoenix Rouge didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that her sky poison didn't seem to have any effect on this young man. How could this be? The Phoenix Rouge had studied it for 10 years and read countless ancient books, but he still couldn't find an antidote for this poison. This was the reason why the heavenly poison saint body was not accepted in the world. Too strong, too terrifying. Even if Ling Zhao's talent was close to monstrous, he was also merely a youth. How could he possibly resist the sky poison? Oh no, it felt like he was courting death. No way, I need to increase the dosage. Thinking of this, Phoenix Rouge's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of gloom, but her charming face raised a trace of shyness. Young master. At this moment, she was standing below the fighting stage, smiling at the elegant young man who was walking towards her. To be honest, the feeling that Ling Shao gave her was different from anyone else in this world. He was charming and dangerous. If she wasn't a villain, she would be very willing to have some deep contact with him. Unfortunately, her path to immortality was destined to be lonely. In Phoenix Rouge's eyes, there was no one in this world that she could trust. Even her master and junior brothers were chess pieces that could be discarded at any time. As long as she felt that her life was threatened, she would not hesitate to cut off the karma. Hiding was a kind of attitude, hiding from the world and cultivating in seclusion without karma. However, hiding didn't mean that she wouldn't kill. As long as the plan was reasonable, there was no one in this world that she couldn't kill. Young master, you are so bold. Phoenix Rouge's tone revealed a hint of obvious flirtatiousness. She was still somewhat confident in her appearance. Haha, Rouge, it seems that you and I will have a seat in the heavenly lake this time. Ling Shao smiled faintly. His eyes were gentle, but there was a hint of playfulness in his heart. Look, she is getting impatient. If Ling Zhao's guess was correct, the one who led the demons to attack the mountain was this Miss Rouge. Her actions were somewhat similar to his own. Junior brothers and masters? Of course, their lives were the most important. To achieve their goals, they would do anything. At the same time, they would stay out of the situation and reap the fortune as an outsider. This Phoenix Rouge's scheming was far more terrifying than a normal destined one. More importantly, she was a person of destiny. As expected, none of those who transmigrated were good. The smile at the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth caused Feng Ruji's beautiful face to turn even redder, and even her voice seemed to tremble slightly. Young master, although Rugu has long known that you are unparalleled in the world, after seeing you today, it seems that Rugu has still underestimated you. There will definitely be a seat in the heavenly lake. As for me, you think too highly of me. If I say there will be a seat for you, then there will be one. Ling Xiao smiled inexplicably. However, Phoenix Rouge snorted coldly in her heart. You have to survive first. Young master, my junior brother is not done yet. Why don't we go and take a look? Feng Rugu reached out and took the initiative to hug Ling Zhao's arm. I know. If it weren't for you, Rugu would probably have been defeated by now. It's all thanks to you that my junior brothers surrendered without a fight. Rugu is very grateful to you. Oh, only grateful. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the beautiful face that was close to him. A trace of sarcasm flashed across his eyes. This woman, is she seducing me? Is she planning to feed me medicine? If I don't take it, won't I disappoint her? Young master, Phoenix Rouge seemed to have felt the passion in Ling Zhao's eyes. She pursed her red lips and surprisingly did not avoid him. She had been lusting after Ling Zhao's body for a long time. This has nothing to do with killing him or not. Eating a feast before death would save him from wasting his beautiful face. Rouge, you are so beautiful. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, he bent down and kissed Phoenix Rouge's red lips. Boom! The entire immortal mystic sect suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Ling Xiao and Phoenix Rouge. As for Chen Qingshan and Phoenix Rouge, who had yet to fight, no one paid any attention to them. Phoenix Rouge let out a soft moan. Her tongue was nimble, and she was even more proactive than Ling Xiao. You all saw it. The saint and I are in love. So if he dies later, I will cry. In that case, what does this shocking conspiracy have to do with me? Why would I scheme against my beloved saint? Gulp. Is that the 7th summit's Phoenix Rouge? Seems like it. I said, she and the saint have a bit of an affair. Cough, cough, they have a bit of feelings. It is said that someone entered the 7th summit to humiliate Phoenix Rouge and was directly chopped into pieces by the saint. However, isn't this Feng Rugu too shameless? In broad daylight? What do you know? The saint and Miss Feng are unable to control their feelings and ignore the views of the world. This pair of farts, I will definitely kowtow to them. Hearing the discussions from the surroundings, Phoenix Rouge shyly pushed Ling Xiao away. Her face was red and shy, adding a bit of charm. At this moment, there were still some tears at the corner of her mouth. The sky poison body's saliva is highly poisonous. Let's see how you will resist this time. But why did her body suddenly go soft? Even her legs have no strength? And she almost shouted out happily, damn! In front of her, Ling Xiao also had a bit of a smile on his face. He touched the corner of his mouth as if he had not had enough. Rouge's kissing technique is really unforgettable. Women are indeed stumbling blocks on the road to immortality. Kissing technique? Stumbling blocks? Phoenix Rouge suddenly froze on the spot. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Was this world also so fashionable? Did these words come out of the mouth of a Xuanhuan native? Or was it that the culture of the central border was far more prosperous than that of the southern border? Chapter 655. Rouge. Aren't you going to watch your junior brother compete? I'm guessing it will be very exciting. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and turned to walk towards the battle platform in the distance. Behind him, Feng Rouge looked at the tall figure in white and felt a chill rise from the bottom of her feet. The evil fire in her body dissipated a lot for no reason. She realized that she didn't seem to understand Ling Xiao at all. Whether it was his words, actions, or cultivation methods, they were all very different from the people of Tianming she had seen before. However, a villain couldn't kill Tianming. This was an ancient law. What went wrong? Rouge. Ling Xiao stopped and turned to look at Phoenix Rouge. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. What's wrong with you? Why are you always in a daze? Are you not serious when you're with me? Phoenix Rouge wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, she didn't say anything. She caught up with Ling Xiao and walked towards the battle platform in the distance. No matter what kind of identity Ling Xiao had, it was better for such a mysterious young man to die. Otherwise, it would make people feel uneasy. On the square, the battle gradually came to an end. Countless disciples gathered in front of the palace and discussed the day's events. Only the last battle platform was left. Two disciples wearing the immortal mystic sect's robes stood opposite each other. The victor had yet to be decided. However, there weren't many people around the battle platform. Obviously, the crowd wasn't interested in the battle between the two. Chun Qingshan was the famous trash of the seventh peak. He was a real piece of trash. If it wasn't for luck, he wouldn't even be qualified to stand here. Chun Qingshan should be thanking the Ling Xiao saint the most for getting 2 free passes. If the saint hadn't asked for the battle, there wouldn't be an extra pass. Unfortunately, luck was too illusory in the end. Of course, most of the extras thought so. However, only the wisest readers understood that luck was the most important thing on the road to the top of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, why would Tianming get all the opportunities? Tianming wanted to sleep, but the Empyrean fairy sent him a pillow? My villain wants to sleep, but the person sleeping with me is Tianming's childhood sweetheart? I turned around and had my head blown off. Hee. Isn't this junior brother Qin Qingshan? Junior apprentice brother Qin. I advise you to surrender quickly. That way, I won't accidentally kill you later. Opposite Qin Qingshan, a tall and handsome immortal sect disciple laughed softly. Senior martial brother Ho, let's fight. Qin Qingshan's eyes were clearly filled with fear. Ho Xiao, the chief disciple of the third peak, 40 years old, third grade divine overlord. Not to mention Qin Qingshan, who was only a profound clear. Even his senior brothers and sisters, who were also deity overlords, might not be his opponent. There was nothing he could do about it. He was older and had more resources. His father was the third peak master. Normally, this Hoshio relied on his status to run amok. He was most likely telling the truth when he said that he would beat him to death later. However, surrendering without a fight was more or less a disgrace to the 7th summit. Therefore, he had to give it his all. Fight? Uft. Qin Qingshan, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being merciless when you die later. Ho Xiao sneered and unsheathed his immortal sword. A useless disciple taught by a useless master. Who gave you the courage to fight with me? Ho Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Before Qin Qingshan could react, the immortal sword in his hand was already shining brightly. Hum! A loud sword hum suddenly resounded through the sky. Ho Xiao stepped out and slashed down from the sky. Endless sword intent surged like an ocean, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, instantly enveloping Qin Qingshan. The glaring sword light attracted the attention of many disciples around. However, when they saw the swaying figure of the young man under the sword light, a hint of mockery appeared in many people's eyes. Junior martial brother Qin, aren't you arrogant? You're just a profound, clear ant. Why don't you just surrender and wait to be killed? However, facing the ocean of sword intent, Qin Qingshan's eyes suddenly flashed red. Before going up on the stage, he had already eaten the elixir given to him by Phoenix Rouge. At this moment, he only felt that his qi and blood were burning, and he could barely suppress it. Qi knew you can inform the demonic sect to prepare to attack the mountain. Below the stage, Ling Zhao's eyes were calm as he sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. Yes, master. In the crowd, Qin Yu quietly retreated to the edge of the square. He took out a voice transmission talisman and said softly, "Mountain Lord, the time is right." In front of the main hall, Su Yunzi's eyes narrowed slightly. There was also a hint of worry on his face. Sho'er is just that serious. Although I often teach him that he must use 120% of his strength when he attacks, it also depends on who he's facing. That young disciple is at the profound, clear realm. Won't he be split in half? I'm so pissed off. Another black-robed elder beside him shouted coldly. Although he was criticizing Ho Xiao, there was a hint of pride on his face. It was the immortal mystic sect's third peak master, Ho Shan. Junior brother Su Yunzi. That disciple is from your seventh peak, right? If he really dies on the stage later, you won't be angry, right? Ho Shan turned his head and looked at Su Yunzi with a mocking expression. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Life and death are insignificant on the stage. Even if Qingshan is killed, it's because he's not skilled enough. Su Yunzi's tone was calm, but there was a hint of anger deep in his eyes. The third peak master had always been on bad terms with him. It was expected that he would take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. He just didn't expect that the cowardly disciple would suddenly have courage this time. Unfortunately, he used it in the wrong place. With Ho Xiao's strength, Chen Qingshan would most likely die if he attacked with his full strength. Ha ha ha, junior brother is right. Life and death are insignificant on the stage. Ho Shan laughed, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Keep pretending for me. Let's see if you can still be so calm later. Boom! The sword intent in the sky fell and completely covered Chen Qingshan's figure. However, there was no trace of worry on Ling Zhao's face. Even Phoenix Rouge seemed to be smiling. She could feel that the rationality in Chen Qingshan's eyes was fading. It was obvious that junior brother was on drugs. Boom! Just as the surrounding people were shaking their heads and sighing, a ray of golden light suddenly spread out on the stage. The golden light appeared to be holy and dignified. However, it just so happened that the golden light was filled with a heart-palpitating evil aura. The people who were about to leave stopped and looked up at the stage. Even the smile on Ho Xiao's face froze. In the next moment, a figure slowly walked out from the dazzling sword light. The golden rod in his hand was about 10 feet long, and it shone brightly. You can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my master. Chen Qingshan shouted at the sky, and his eyes turned completely red. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it pounced straight at Ho Xiao. Chapter 656. You're courting death. Do you really think you can fight me just because you broke my sword technique? Ho Xiao was surprised and even furious. In particular, Chen Qingshan's blood-red eyes made him feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Damn it! He was a divine lord, but he couldn't kill this Xianqing ant with his full strength? How was this possible? Humiliate your master? So what if I humiliate your master? Isn't your master trash to be able to teach a piece of trash like you? Ho Xiao was extremely frustrated. He was scolded by a Xianqing ant in front of so many disciples. Embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. If he couldn't kill Qin Qingshan with a sword today, where would he stand in the celestial sect? The sound of a sword rang in the sky. Ho Xiao's sword split into 3 3,000 spiritual shadows and slashed at Qin head. There seemed to be Tao intent flowing in it, and divine light appeared, containing an unparalleled force. Just one slash was enough to shatter the void. Even the bluestone battle platform crumbled in an instant. F***CK. Senior brother, Ho is angry. I'm afraid Qin won't even have a corpse left. The expressions of countless disciples changed abruptly, and their eyes were filled with dense fear. However, Qin didn't have a trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was a terrifying viciousness. I said it. Don't humiliate my master. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, not only did this young disciple of the seventh peak not retreat, but the strange golden rod in his hand burst out with an even more dazzling golden light. The sound of Tao was heard, and it was terrifying. Thousands of rays of light intertwined around Qin body, forming a wheel. There was a faint aura of looking down on the world and suppressing the universe. On the golden rod, there was also a mighty heavenly might and a divine sun that was tens of thousands of feet long shot into the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the few divine treasures in his soul sea were also letting out ear-piercing buzzes. This rod had a great origin. Boom! The 3,000 sword shadows couldn't even compare to a wisp of the golden sun. In the short span of a breath, it melted like snow. Heaven and earth were shrouded in golden light. It was so dazzling that one's eyes hurt and could not bear to look directly at it. After a long time, an elder exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, the crowd's heartstrings tightened as they hastily looked towards the battle stage. Hiss! In the next moment, the sound of countless gasps could be heard. Even the countless immortal sect elders in front of the great hall stood up one after another, their faces revealing a trace of fear. Only Ling Xiao and Phoenix Rouge, the two people who already knew the plot, looked indifferent. A hint of a smile flashed in their eyes. At this moment, on the collapsed battle platform, Qin was covered in blood, as though he had just been dismembered. His entire body was covered in sword wounds. However, at this moment, the golden rod in his hand had already pierced through Hoshio's chest. You! Hoshio's eyes widened and his lips trembled. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. How could this be? He was a deity overlord. How could he be killed by a Xianqing ant? Also, what was with the golden light just now? Why did it feel like the power of the immortal sword in his hand was devoured by the golden light? Looks like your junior brother hid his strength well. Rouge, why don't you look surprised at all? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and turned to Phoenix Rouge. At this moment, Phoenix Rouge smiled gently and shook his head. Junior brother may be clumsy, but he has a lot of perseverance. I believe he won't lose. Won't lose. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. A Xianqing ant could kill a deity overlord. Was this normal? Or rather, would a normal person be able to think of such a strange scene? Moreover, Qin mood was obviously not right just now. Even his eyes were filled with the ferocity of a demonic beast. Most likely he was drugged. As expected of a transmigrator, this method of drugging was quite brilliant. Haha! Looks like Rouge has a lot of trust in this junior brother of hers. Ling Xiao didn't point out. What he wanted to do was to pretend to be part of the situation so that Phoenix Rouge would think that she had everything under control. That way, when she found out that she was the chess piece one day, she would completely collapse. I've said it before. Don't insult my master. On the fighting stage, Qin eyes flashed. What was even more strange was that the golden rod that pierced Hoshio's body didn't have a single drop of blood on it. You, Xiao. Suddenly, a shout came from the void far away. The third peak master stepped out with a face full of grief and anger and arrived on the fighting stage in an instant. Then, he slammed his palm towards Qin head. Senior brother Ho, are you trying to bully the weak and disregard the rules of the sect? Su Yunzi walked out from the void and pulled Qin Qingshan behind him. Senior brother Ho, why don't we have a spar? Su Yunzi, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Ho Shan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Especially at this moment, Ho Xiu's internal organs were shattered and he couldn't survive. How could he not be furious? The third peak master, Ho Shan, was a 6th-stage divine emperor. However, he was already more than 300 years old. He had a son at an old age and had always treasured Ho Xiu. Of course, it was also because of this that young peak master Ho had a domineering personality and didn't take anyone seriously. Do the two of you still respect me as the sect master? The immortal mystic sect master walked over slowly and stood at the side of the fighting stage. His face was also gloomy. To be honest, Ho Xiu's death was purely his own fault. However, the third peak master had always been protective of his son. Now that Qin Qingshan had cut off his bloodline and killed his beloved son in front of him, this matter would not be easy to resolve. Sect master, this Qin Qingshan's methods are strange. One look and I can tell that he's not a disciple of the righteous path. I suspect that he's a spy from the demonic path. I hope that you can capture him and interrogate him. The third peak master shouted angrily. Ling Xiao and Phoenix Rouge were surprised. Not bad, you're just an extra. You've pushed the plot so well that it's practically flawless. What do you mean by a godly assist? Indeed, when people are forced into a corner, they can really go crazy. Bullshit. This disciple of mine has never left Xuanxi Mountain. How can he be a spy from the demonic path? Su Yunzi didn't give in at all. He stood firmly behind Qin Qingshan to protect him. At this moment, he was also puzzled as to how Qin Qingshan could kill Ho Xiu with his strength. However, he still trusted this disciple's temperament. Look, senior brother, Ho is dead. Why isn't there any blood on senior brother Ho's wound? What? Finally, a disciple in the crowd exclaimed. A look of fear appeared on his face. The immortal mystic sect master, the third peak master, and Su Yunzi's eyes instantly gathered on Ho Xiu's corpse. Then, the three of their expressions changed at the same time. Indeed, there was a huge wound on Ho Xiu's chest, but there wasn't a trace of blood flowing out. In fact, even his complexion and the skin all over his body were strangely pale. It was as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. Chapter 657. Gulp. Countless disciples were stunned as they looked at Qin Qingshan with a smear of fear. Extracting someone's essence and blood, no matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem very decent. Of course, if it was Ling Xiao who did this, the disciples would probably think that the Holy Sun's might was unparalleled. What was there to say? The essence blood in Ho Xiu's body was most likely evaporated by the young master's might. What a pity! Qin Qingshan was the heavenly mandate. He naturally had the ability to ridicule everyone. Moreover, the third peak had 300 disciples and many experts. Who was on the 7th peak? Su Yunzi, Phoenix Rouge, and Qin Qingshan. Although Feng Rouge and the Ling Xiao saint were in a heated relationship, she would most likely fight with the saint to the end of the world. Once Phoenix Rouge left, the 7th peak master would be nothing. I choose Ho Shan, peak master Ho. Of course. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. His attitude was unclear. I'll side with peak master Ho first. If the saint interferes later, I'll think about it seriously. In the end, I feel that the saint's words make sense. Not only will it highlight the saint's wisdom, but it will also not offend either side. Why not? As they thought of this, many immortal sect disciples were enraged. This is a demonic technique. So cruel, so strange, so scary. Could it be that Qin Qingshan is really a demon sect spy? Then a few days ago, the few elites who were killed in my immortal mystic sect. Hiss! There's an image. I have an image. This Chen Qingshan has the power to kill a divine marquis. He looks harmless, but after killing him, he faked a sword wound. Ling Xiao, the saint. Wise. Back then, only the saint believed that Qin Chu was innocent. Now it seems that the saint's prediction is simply godly. Saint, you're smart and righteous. You're simply courageous and clear. No evil can invade you. You're unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, gasps of admiration could be heard coming from the square. Ling Xiao's expression was gentle, and his eyes were clear. Did you see that? As long as you're strong enough, all the praises in the world will automatically come to you. Qingshan, what the hell is going on? Su Yunzi's eyes were gloomy as he turned to look at Chen Qingshan. He had indeed seen people devouring blood essence before. Before the Gone Sky Demon sect was destroyed, there was a hall called the Blood-Sucking Hall. The disciples of this hall practiced an evil cultivation method that sucked people's blood essence. Of course, even if Chen Qingshan wasn't a descendant of this hall, such methods were still infuriating. Tell me, why don't you just die? You suck him dry, Hammer. Great, as the 7th Peak's leader, I've become the one who protects the demon. Master, I'm not. Chen Qingshan shook his head blankly. He didn't want to kill Hoshio at all, much less devour his essence blood. However, just now he was unable to hold himself back. It was as if he had a desire to kill and refine all the living beings in the world. He couldn't control it. In fact, he didn't even notice anything wrong with it. How could this be? Could it be that this evil artifact is affecting my mind? I don't want you to say that you're not. I want everyone to think that you're not. Speak. What the hell is going on? Su Yunzi was so angry that he slapped Chen Qingshan's face hard. He had only taken in 2 disciples in his life, and he was devoted to the Tao. He didn't expect that in the end he would lose his integrity in his later years. Master, I'm really not a spy of the demon sect. You must believe me. Chen Qingshan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He held the golden metal rod tightly in his hand. This rod had saved his life when he was in danger. However, if he said that he had picked up such an evil item, would anyone believe him? Therefore, this was a dead end. He had no way to explain himself. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be pondering. Logically speaking, this son of destiny should be sullen and depressed right now, contributing luck points. However, there was no sound from the system. Could it be that this situation has nothing to do with me, so the system can't recognize me? Forget it. After all, this was a leak. Ling Xiao didn't want to harvest it so quickly. If he kept his providence points, it might give him a bigger surprise. What else is there to say? Just capture him and search his soul. Then everything will be clear. The 3rd Peak Master snorted and raised his hand to grab Chen Qingshan. He didn't care whether this little disciple was a spy of the demon sect. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to appease the hatred in his heart. Master, I'm really not. I'm willing to die to prove my innocence. Chen Qingshan gritted his teeth. His expression revealed a hint of determination. The son of destiny would rather die than submit. This temperament is really childish. You're already dead. What difference does it make if you're innocent or not? If this happened to me, Ling Xiao, of course, I'll kill all enemies and no one will doubt me. Then it won't matter. Good. You're really something. You actually dare to hide secrets from me. If you don't tell me, then I'll clean up the sect today. Kakik, Sect Master Hellion, your immortal mystic sect is so lively today. However, just as Su Yunzi finished speaking, a strange laughter suddenly came from the mountain path in the distance. Hearing the voice, the entire immortal mystic sect suddenly fell silent. Then, everyone was stunned to see figures shrouded in demon chi descending from the sky. They charged towards the stunned immortal mystic sect disciples and elders. Without any nonsense or polite words, A spiritual aura filled the sky, and spiritual treasures smashed down. Ah! Puff! Accompanied by waves of miserable screams. Dozens of disciples at the edge of the square were instantly turned into a pile of mud. They died a violent death. Demonic attack! It's a demonic attack! Finally, some immortal mystic sect elders began to step forward and block the encircling demon sect experts. The immortal mystic sect master and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They displayed their spiritual energy and turned around to face them. Suddenly, no one showed any interest in Chen Qingshan, who was standing on the battle stage. Little junior brother? Don't tell me you're really colluding with the demon sect? Phoenix Rouge covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of shock and disappointment. Saint, hurry up and kill this spy. The saint of the sacred sect. Countless demonic cultivators narrowed their eyes and turned their heads to look at Ling Xiao. Their faces were filled with eagerness to give it a try. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Phoenix Rouge meaningfully. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Since he's your junior brother, Rouge, this matter should be done by you. Only then can you completely cut off all ties with him. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be gossip. Before the grief and indignation on Phoenix Rouge's face dissipated, it completely froze. IF*CK? What he said makes sense. But capture Qin Qingshan? I'm a villain. Capture the son of destiny? Are you sure I'm not going to die? For a moment, Phoenix Rouge hesitated. She had calculated many things, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so considerate for her. Originally, Phoenix Rouge thought that Ling Xiao, as the saint of the sacred sect, would have a deep hatred for demons, especially spies. It was easy for people to resent them. But why did it seem like this saint wanted to stay out of it? Young master. I'm afraid I can't defeat him. Phoenix Rouge's face turned red. In the end, she found an excuse that wasn't an excuse and said with an ashamed expression. Chapter 658. Don't worry. Rouge, go ahead. I'll help you suppress him. Ling Xiao smiled and gave Phoenix Rouge an encouraging look. By now, he had already guessed what Phoenix Rouge was thinking. This lady of destiny, who thought she was the villain, definitely wanted to use Qin Qingshan and the other demonic sect experts to kill him, the fake saint. After all, Ling Xiao's identity was the greatest and most righteous in the Xingzhou. He came to the immortal mystic sect for no reason. Wouldn't this lady of destiny, who was good at hiding and hiding, panic? This young master is the first light of the righteous path. I think it's more suitable for young master to kill demons. Moreover, as long as young master trusts me, I don't care what others say. Phoenix Rouge smiled sweetly, but the fear in her eyes deepened. Why didn't Ling Xiao show any signs of being poisoned? She had already exchanged saliva with him, but why did the saint seem to be fine? All right, although the banner of the righteous path needs both of us to protect it. Rouge, I really like what you said. Then let me capture this youth and investigate him. In the end, Ling Xiao nodded and glanced at the beautiful figure in blue who was rushing toward Qin Qingshan. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The best hunter often appeared as the prey. Since Feng Rugu had meticulously set up this chess game, how could he bear to let her good intentions down? How dare you, demonic sect! You still want to escape. But just as Ling Xiao was about to shoot towards Qin Qingshan, a furious bellow suddenly rang out from the sky. You're right. You're right. Su Yunzi's immortal sword stirred up a storm and knocked away a demonic sect divine emperor in front of him. He appeared on the battle stage in one step. At the same time, the beautiful figure in blue finally arrived in front of Qin Qingshan. She grabbed the young man's hand and dragged him down the mountain. Let's go. Gu, Si. His beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Today, she had ascended the Xian Sea, a holy mountain, not for the creation of the heavenly pool, but only for Qin Qingshan. As long as he betrayed the immortal mystic sect in the future, the two of them could rely on each other and never be separated again. Sia. A look of shock flashed across Qin Qingshan's face. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Sia, why are you here? If I didn't come, would I have to watch you get killed by these righteous Dao fake nobles? Gu Xi glared at Qin Qingshan. She had heard every single word of the argument on the mountain peak. If she had not ascended the celestial mountain today, with Qin Qingshan's personality, he might have really died to prove his Dao. Sire, I can't go. If I go with you, it'll be hard to wash away the injustice I've suffered. Qin Qingshan took a deep breath and broke free from Gu Xi's hand. You idiot! Do you think they will believe you if you stay? I've checked the ancient records about your spiritual treasure. It's a top evil item in the world. Whenever it appears, it will cause a storm of blood. Qin Qingshan, come with me. We'll leave the southern border together. Gu Xia looked anxious. She grabbed Qin Qingshan's hand again and glared at the young man. Seeing him, Gu Xi understood that the letter was not written by Qin Qingshan himself. However, what surprised her was that Gu Jin did not suspect that this was a trap. Instead, he led the 4 demon sects to attack the immortal mystic sect directly. However, Gu Xi had a plan in her heart. She had seen Qin Qingshan's loyalty. If the two of them wanted to be together and break away from the shackles of the righteous Dao and demon sects, then there would be no construction without destruction. No, Sierra, I can't leave like this. Even if I have to leave, I have to prove my innocence. Qin Qingshan sighed softly. He turned his head and looked at Su Yunzi, who was descending from the sky. His eyes trembled slightly. Bastard, you really colluded with the demon sects. No matter how much Su Yunzi did not believe it, he finally understood that this seemingly honest disciple was most likely seduced by the demoness. Originally, in Su Yunzi's opinion, this disciple of his was average-looking, had extremely poor talent, and had no background. What kind of girl would be so blind as to fall for him? Now, Su Yunzi understood that demoness had ulterior motives. Master, I didn't. Qin Qingshan's voice was mournful. However, in the next moment he was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the hands that were holding Gu Xi's hands and swallowed softly. Oh no, it seemed like something that could not be explained. Good. Qin Qingshan, I was blind. I did not see that you were so ambitious. Fine, I will clean up the sect today and kill you, you spy. Su Yunzi took a deep breath. The immortal sword in his hand shone brightly. Heaven and earth darkened. A glaring light sprinkled down like a heavenly cage, enveloping Qin Qingshan and Gu Xi's figures. Ha! 7th Peak Master. Do you think you can kill my son-in-law? However, just as Su Yunzi's immortal sword was about to fall, the space in front of Gu Xi rippled. A pale hand pressed down from the sky and caught the sword light in its hand. Immediately after, blood mist filled the air. Strange demonic runes formed marks, as if an ancient demon had descended and appeared in front of everyone. Crack! The 300-meter-long sword light instantly shattered, and Su Yunzi's expression suddenly turned ashen. 1000 Ghost Mountain Lord. He finally understood what kind of demoness could bewitch Qin Qingshan's Dao heart. It turned out that she was the daughter of Southern Border's #1 demon, the 1000 Ghost Mountain Lord. Su Yunzi, back then, you killed tens of thousands of my demon sect's disciples alone. Today, I want to see how much you have improved. Gu Zhen sneered and took a step forward. The space under his feet instantly shattered. The originally illusory demonic figure suddenly solidified at this moment. A blood demon that was dozens of feet tall stood above Gu Zhen's head, enveloping his entire body. A sea of blood surged around the blood demon. Demonic runes filled it, and it contained an evil aura. Endless blood qi spread in all directions like demonic tentacles. Anyone who touched it would instantly have their blood soul sucked dry. At the same time, a peak rank 7 God Emperor's aura suddenly descended and pressed toward Su Yunzi. Demonic cultivators, as the name suggested, cultivated the evil path. However, although this method was cruel and ruthless, it was also direct. Gu Zhen was much younger than Su Yunzi, and he was even 1 generation younger. However, in front of the 1,000 Ghost Mountain Lord, Su Yunzi's cultivation was completely suppressed. On the path to immortality, all techniques were useless. Therefore, to cultivators, there was no difference between demonic and immortal techniques. However, people's hearts were complicated. Those who cultivated demonic techniques would often have their minds affected and go astray. They would not care about the consequences in order to obtain eternal life. As for this, there were some people who were afraid. Because of this, the world was divided into righteous and demonic. However, the path to immortality was full of twists and turns. It was the principle of immortal cultivation to steal a chance of survival in a hopeless situation. After all, how many of those who died could leave their names behind? Chapter 659. Demon, die! Su Yunzi shouted angrily. His immortal sword turned into a dragon and slashed down. Boundless spiritual power instantly sliced the entire plaza into pieces. However, there was no fear in Gu Zhen's eyes. Today he attacked the mountain not for the heavenly pool or the fortune, but for the tens of thousands of living beings in the mountain. As long as his cultivation reached the 8th stage, he would be invincible in southern border. Any destiny-level immortal treasure would be at his fingertips. Buzz. A strange, buzzing sound could be heard. Outside Gu Zhen's body, there was a sea of blood that enveloped everything. There seemed to be layers of demonic shadows in it. Thousands of evil spirits floated in the sea of blood, letting out ear-piercing screams. The entire immortal mystic sect was in a bloody state. In the distant sky, the immortal mystic sect master, First Elder Feng Yuanyang, and the others also rippled with terrifying spiritual light, blocking the demon sect's divine emperors. However, in terms of top experts, the immortal mystic sect was the #1 force in southern border. They had 7 divine emperor peak masters. Not to mention, the immortal mystic sect master was an 8th stage divine emperor. Even Gu Zhen was inferior to him. Therefore, although the demon sect had many people, the battle gradually fell into a stalemate. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, dark clouds suddenly covered the void, and a few demonic shadows vaguely appeared in the sky. They were Xiong Huan, Folded Shadow, Xing Shen, and the others. There are more helpers. Looking at the 3 demonic shadows that stood in the void and surrounded by demonic aura, the experts from both the righteous and demonic sects were stunned, especially the 3 leaders of the demon sect. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Why do these 3 demons look a little unfamiliar, as if they have never seen them before? However, after thinking about it for a moment, they understood. This is a trump card. This must be Gu Zhen's hidden trump card, especially the tall and mighty demon in the lead. Although there was no spiritual power on his body, it inexplicably made people feel fear when they saw him. Gu Zhen, who was fighting with Su Yunzi, had a gloomy look in his eyes. Where did these 3 demons come from? Forget it. As long as they are demons, they are allies. It doesn't matter where they come from. To be able to help him kill all the immortal mystic disciples, his devil arts would definitely step into a new level. Young master, aren't you going to make a move? Phoenix Rouge stood beside Ling Xiao, holding a talisman in each hand. In terms of battle prowess, she might not be a match for the divine kings and god emperors. However, in terms of escape techniques, everyone present was nothing. Be careful. Ling Xiao's voice was calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Good. Young master. You must help the 7th summit clean up the mess. Phoenix Rouge's expression was mournful and determined. However, just as Ling Xiao took a step forward and was about to rush towards Qin Qingshan and Yi Qingyu, the stacked shadow in the air suddenly smiled devilishly and blocked his path. The holy son of the saint, you really are here. Boom! Demonic qi scattered like a sea, instantly enveloping Ling Xiao's figure. Phoenix Rouge's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. She turned around and headed towards the edge of the square, where the poisonous fog was spreading. The game was set, and all the chess pieces had been placed. Therefore, she should also be a spectator and observe the changes. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive today, she had done her best. Now, it would depend on whether this Tianming's life was tough or not. She absolutely couldn't enter the heavenly lake. Otherwise, her cultivation would break through and her poisonous body would be exposed. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao didn't die in the end and the immortal mystic sect was destroyed, the disciples of the righteous Dao could only run away. Boom! Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge sun floating in the sky, a divine tower standing tall, and immortal swords moving freely. Boundless, demonic qi formed clouds, wanting to devour the blue sky. Countless cracks appeared on the entire immortal mystic mountain. Even the main hall on the mountain peak turned into ruins under the terrifying divine might. The immortal mystic sect master faced the 2 sect masters of the poison sect and Charm Valley alone. Although he had the upper hand in terms of cultivation, he was still forced to retreat by the poisonous fog. Moreover, the demonic sect's methods were incomparably cruel. Every time the sect master of the poison sect, Baiduzi, waved his palm, he could instantly turn all the disciples of the immortal mystic sect within a radius of 10 miles into a pool of blood. The remaining great elder, Feng Yuanyang, fought the Blood Moon Tower's master alone with ease. However, he couldn't break free for a while. Originally, if Xiong Huan and Xing Xin didn't arrive, the remaining 6 peak masters would be able to come to their rescue. But now, Xiong Huan alone was able to stop 3 peak masters. Xing Xin even suppressed the 6th peak master until he was forced to retreat. The remaining 2 peak masters of the divine mystic sect were besieged by the experts of the demonic sect and were about to die on the spot. The immortal mystic sect was actually in a desperate situation. Let's go. Gu Xi grabbed Qin Qingshan's hand with one hand and held her sword with the other. She forced the 2 immortal mystic sect disciples in front of her to retreat. Then, she walked down the mountain without turning her head back. Demons should die. However, just as the 2 figures were about to leave the square and disappear, the immortal mystic sect master suddenly shouted toward the sky. Spiritual light that was as bright as a golden sun rose around him. In just a short moment, a grand formation unfolded like a painting and enveloped the entire immortal mountain. Strands of golden light intertwined in the void to form a seal, changing the color of heaven and earth. Among them, a divine figure seemed to appear. It was like an immortal had descended and was looking down on the common people indifferently. It's here. Ling Xiao's body surged with lightning as he fought against the overlapping shadows. At this moment, there was already a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries in the hands of the demonic sect. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't believe that a destroyed demonic sect and a few 7th-stage divine mystic sect could destroy the immortal mystic sect that had ruled the southern border for hundreds of years. Since the divine master had established the immortal mystic sect as the leader of the southern border, it was impossible that he didn't leave behind some methods to deter the demonic sect. Moreover, the southern border was adjacent to the sea. It was a dangerous place, and from Helian Shan's reverence for the sacred sect saint, Ling Xiao could guess that this person might have been a member of the sacred sect since long ago. The formation had a magnificent aura and contained an immortal intent. Even though Ling Xiao didn't study Array Dao, he still felt a trace of fear from it. Remnants of the demonic sect, I'll make sure you don't return today. The immortal mystic sect master's voice was piercingly cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Then his figure suddenly soared into the sky and overlapped with the divine figure. In his hand, a golden cauldron formed by the formation emitted a mysterious light. It shook the sea of stars. There seemed to be a sun rising and falling inside, containing the unstoppable might of gods and Buddhas. Endless golden light transformed into a sea and covered the sky. Vast waves spread across thousands of miles like the scorching sun and the golden sun, suppressing all the demonic qi in the void. Disciples of the demonic sect quickly come to our side. Gu Zhen and the others narrowed their eyes and shouted. They circulated their spiritual energy and gathered it above their heads, trying to stop the formation from operating. Clang, clang, clang. The golden cauldron trembled and emitted ear-piercing sounds. The space collapsed and shattered piece by piece, revealing countless dark and deep space cracks. Elders, please, help me. Even though the immortal mystic sect master was an 8th stage divine mystic sect master, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Hearing this, the 7 peak masters and hundreds of immortal mystic sect disciples immediately soared up and stood under the cauldron. In the next moment, spiritual light shot up into the sky and gathered in the cauldron. The immortal mystic sect master reached out and gently flipped the golden cauldron over. Boom! Chapter 660. At the peak of Xian Sea Mountain, the sun rose from the east. The raging golden sun poured down from the sky, creating tens of thousands of ripples in the void. Gu Zhen and the others shone brightly, holding up the sky as if they wanted to block the golden sun. However, the moment the two forces collided, the expressions of the demon sect's god emperors changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, they felt that the golden sun seemed to contain billions of divine power. When it smashed down, it was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down. How could ordinary people resist it? Boom! Countless cracks instantly appeared in the sky. Dazzling rays of light fell down like threads. But it was this dazzling and resplendent golden thread that actually cut out fine lines the moment it landed on the bluestone. One could imagine that if such divine power landed on a living being's body, perhaps even god emperors would find it hard to resist it. What a terrifying array formation! Ling Xiao stood at one side of the square. His eyes were cold. He had to admit that the celestial mystic sect master's methods were truly beyond his expectations. Or perhaps it could be said that the might of this formation actually caused him to be slightly fearful. Damn it! Ancient Mountain Master, this array formation is terrifying. Why don't we temporarily retreat? The Poison Sect's master, Bai Dizzy, was pale. His eyes were filled with panic. When he fought with the celestial mystic sect master just now, his blood was boiling and his spiritual energy was greatly depleted. Now he was already at the end of his tether and was on the verge of collapsing after facing the ancient array formation that gathered the entire celestial mystic sect's experts. Retreat? Old Poison, look at those celestial mystic sect experts above you. Where can you retreat to? The Blood Moon Tower Master snorted. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Helian Shan actually hid such a trump card. Back then, the demon sect's god emperors had all participated in the great war between the righteous and demonic sections. Even at the last moment, when both sides' experts were determined to die, Helian Shan did not use such a divine array. But, no matter what, the demon sect would most likely be defeated in today's attack. What should we do? Could it be that we are all going to be trapped here alive? Bai Dizzy's expression was gloomy. He actually stared at the 1,000 ghost mountain master with resentment. It's all your fault. If you did not suggest attacking the celestial mystic sect, how would we be in such a dangerous situation? Oh, do you think so too? Gu Zhen's expression was indifferent, but there seemed to be a trace of blood flowing in his eyes, making him look treacherous and terrifying. Ha ha ha, Mountain Lord, what are you talking about? The attack on the mountain was decided by the four of us. I believe that Mountain Lord would not want to see such a situation. Hua Yoji smiled coquettishly. Her pair of stalwart eyes rose and fell one after another. Even at this juncture, she still looked charming. It's too late to say that now. Let's think of a way to break out of this situation. The Blood Moon House Master sighed softly. The reason why the Gaunt Sky Demon sect was destroyed back then was because the experts in the sect had ulterior motives and were never truly united. As such, the divine emissary of the sacred sect and the immortal mystic sect seized the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Who would have thought that after 100 years, Baiduzi still hadn't learned his lesson and was fighting among himself in the face of danger? If you want to break this formation, it's not impossible. Gu Zhen raised his head and looked at the countless figures standing in the air as a trace of evilness flashed in his eyes. Oh, could the mountain chieftain find a way to break this array? Then why are you still hesitating? Hua Yoji and the others narrowed their eyes as the panic on their faces dissipated. The 1,000 Ghost Mountain Chieftain was originally the Hall Master of the 1,000 Ghost Hall of the Demon Sect. 100 years ago, his cultivation was still at the 5th stage God Emperor realm. However, in a short 100 years, he actually stepped into the peak 7th stage God Emperor realm and became the strongest expert in the 4 sects. Even the Poison Sect Master, who was 100 years older than him, was far inferior to him. Of course, if it wasn't for that, the 3 demon sects wouldn't have listened to his orders so easily and attacked the immortal mystic sect. However, this method is only a life-saving method. If you want to break this formation, you will have to pay a price. As Gu Zhen's voice fell, a blood-red light suddenly circulated around his body. An extremely deep, blood-red aura quietly rippled in everyone's heart. Mountain Chieftain, what do you mean? Hua Yoji and the Blood Moon House Master looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. It means someone will have to die. Gu Zhen sneered and suddenly withdrew his aura. The golden sun above his head suddenly shone brightly. Countless fine cracks instantly appeared on the spiritual screen that was originally about to crack. The 3 demon sects leaders instantly vomited blood as their eyes widened, especially Baiduzi, who looked at the 1,000 Ghost Mountain Chieftain with hatred. Gu Zhen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The power of this divine formation was originally boundless. Even with the 4 of them and the strength of tens of thousands of disciples, they still couldn't resist it. Now that Gu Zhen suddenly withdrew his aura, it was equivalent to everyone sharing the burden of his divine force. As a result, Baiduzi, who was originally injured, had blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Mountain Chieftain Gu, what is the meaning of this? Hua Yoji's face was also slightly pale. However, the moment her voice fell, a blood-red devil figure suddenly stood outside Gu Zhen's body and almost filled up the spiritual screen. Boundless blood-red aura surged over. When it entered the mouth and nose, there was a bloody stench. Afterward, under Hua Yoji's dumbfounded gaze, Gu Zhen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Baiduzi. Pucci, caught off guard, or rather, unable to share the burden, the body of the Poison Sect Master instantly shattered. His flesh and bones scattered on the ground, but there wasn't any blood-red aura. The 2 of you hold on for a moment. Gu Zhen's expression was indifferent, but his tone contained an unquestionable dignity. At this moment, he didn't dare to directly kill the 3 demon sect leaders together. After all, he still needed some time to fuse with the Blood Soul. As for Hua Yoji and the Blood Moon Tower Master, they didn't dare to have any complaints. They could only use all their strength to resist the golden sun above their heads. Above the void, Ling Xiao raised both of his hands. His body was surrounded by dazzling lightning. It seemed like he was using all his strength, but in reality, he didn't waste any spiritual energy on the array. At this moment, he was looking down at the 1,000-ghost mountain chieftain with a playful gaze. This fellow is a ruthless person, consuming the blood soul to cultivate. It seems like this mountain chieftain's purpose in attacking the mountain isn't simple. This immortal path was indeed a place where everyone schemed for themselves. Most likely, every demon, sect god, emperor present today had their own plans. However, it would depend on their own methods to obtain the opportunity in the final chess game and obtain the opportunity. As for Xiong Huan and the others, the moment the golden array appeared, Ling Xiao had already kept them into his realm. No matter how many people died in the southern border, it was none of his business. However, Xiong Huan and the others were loyal and devoted to the demon sect. Of course, they couldn't bear such an unnecessary risk. If there was a day when they died, they would definitely die for their master. Every legend would fade with time. Every expert would eventually come to an end. Only I, Ling Xiao, am above the sky, piercing through the clouds, everlasting and existing alone. Pucci. In the end, with Hellion Shan's strength, it was extremely strenuous for him to activate such a terrifying array. Even though there were 7 great god emperors helping him from the side, his aura was gradually weakening at this moment. We can't wait any longer. Elders, use all your strength to kill the demon sect. As Hellion Shan shouted, the array formation golden cauldron in his hand suddenly released a divine radiance. The surging golden sun ancient power became even more vigorous and unrestrained, suppressing the demon sect people.